Bom dia, pessoal. Bem-vindo aqui ao seminário dedicado ao Francis Bacon. Meu nome é Adriano Pedrosa, eu sou diretor artístico do MASP, Museu de Arte de São Paulo, Assis Chateaubriand. Bom dia aqui no Brasil. Acho que a maioria dos nossos colegas palestrantes estão na Europa. Boa tarde aí para eles. Francis Bacon, A Beleza da Carne, é o título desse seminário e ele é organizado no contexto da exposição, em preparação à exposição dedicada ao artista, que inaugura no Museu em março de 2024, no contexto de um ano inteiro dedicado às histórias da diversidade no museu. Nesse sentido, o seminário, bem como a exposição, exploram um ponto de vista queer de Bacon, num panorama mais amplo dedicado ao que a gente está chamando de diversidade sexual. Trata-se, naturalmente, de uma perspectiva já bastante explorada pela literatura sobre esse artista irlandês que é tão fundamental na história da arte europeia, mas não aparece tanto como um enquadramento fundamental, como um ponto de partida para exposições em um museu como a nossa no ano que vem. Daí um pouco esse pioneirismo, né? Claro que o tema, né, o tema queer aparece sempre, enfim, é incontornável na obra dele, mas nunca é tanto o grande enquadramento de uma exposição no museu, né? Bom, eu queria começar agradecendo aos co-organizadores desse seminário que trabalham comigo, né, para formatar esse evento, o Fernando Oliva, curador, e a Laura Cozendey, curadora assistente. Quero agradecer também os participantes do seminário, todos grandes estudiosos da obra do Francis Bacon, Dominic James, Gregory Salter, Michael Pepiat, Paulo Reckenhoff, Richard Hornsey, Rina Aria e Simon Offield Kerr. Agradeço ainda ao Leandro Muniz e ao Matheus de Andrade, assistentes curatoriais no museu, que farão a moderação com a Laura e o Fernando de duas mesas. As apresentações aqui feitas, né, hoje, gerarão ensaios para o nosso catálogo a ser publicado no ano que vem, num formato que nós começamos a desenvolver e foi bastante produtivo, que nós começamos a desenvolver por ocasião da mostra do Gauguin, que está hoje no museu, né, com um seminário também organizado um ano antes da exposição. O seminário de hoje está organizado em 3 mesas, uma que começa logo em seguida, com a mediação do Fernando, após essa minha breve introdução, e outras duas na parte da tarde, às 13 horas, a partir das 13 horas, e por fim, no final da tarde, uma conversa com o Michael Pepiat. Como de costume, eu quero falar brevemente sobre nosso programa em torno das diferentes histórias no MASP. Trata-se de uma série de ciclos da programação que organizamos desde 2017, embora a primeira exposição no MASP tenha sido Histórias da Infância em 2016. É só a partir de 2017, com Histórias da Sexualidade, que toda a programação passa a ser dedicada àquele tema. E seminários são organizados também em preparação para aquele tema. A gente vê, inclusive, como o tema da diversidade, como o tema queer, vem sendo desenvolvido desde 2017. Já havia uma presença grande lá em 2017 no contexto de Histórias da Sexualidade, que depois se desdobrou em 2019, né, como a gente vai ver aqui. Enfim, como eu vou listar aqui com a exposição Histórias das Mulheres e Histórias Feministas. Mas em 2018, antes, nós organizamos a exposição Histórias Afroatlânticas, em 2020, Histórias da Dança, em 2021, 22, o ano acabou se transformando num biênio, né? Foi o biênio dedicado às histórias brasileiras, justamente por causa da pandemia. E este ano, nosso foco é nas histórias indígenas, e o ano inteiro, então, é dedicado a artistas indígenas, com exceção da mostra dedicada ao artista europeu, que nós sempre procuramos fazer na programação. Desse ano, o Paul Gauguin, que justamente problematiza as representações do outro, do indígena, né, do exótico, né? Não o Gauguin problematiza, a mostra problematiza, né? como pode ser visto, nós sempre procuramos desenvolver uma perspectiva que privilegia mais a história social da arte, a história da cultura, né? A história da arte num campo ampliado da cultura e mesmo da política, em nossa programação, mais do que a história da arte tradicional, né? Não se trata, claro, de descartar completamente a história da arte tradicional, mas entender que a história da arte tradicional está contextualizada, né? É uma de muitas camadas dessas várias histórias. Daí a gente usar, inclusive, esse plural, histórias, né? E isso também se reflete nesse seminário e no foco, né, em torno da diversidade, em torno desse foco queer, em torno da obra do Bacon, né? E daí também, enfim, o título desse seminário que coincide com o título da exposição, A Beleza da Carne. Um breve comentário também sobre a noção de diversidade que nós utilizamos aqui nesse ano dedicado às histórias da diversidade, né? Ela se refere, obviamente, à diversidade sexual, mas em inglês nós acabamos por usar a tradução queer histories. O termo queer ainda não nos parece completamente assimilado e conhecido pelo grande público no Brasil, ainda que seja bastante comum em estudos acadêmicos e mesmo no meio de arte contemporânea. A palavra diversidade, por outro lado, está em nossa própria missão do museu, que se define como um museu diverso, inclusive e plural, já na primeira linha da nossa missão. Está em sintonia também como uma instituição como a própria Museu da Diversidade Sexual aqui em São Paulo. Ano que vem, então, teremos um ano todo dedicado às histórias da diversidade no MASP, com uma programação de várias mostras individuais, né, ocupando, enfim, as várias áreas do museu, uma programação na sala de vídeo também, bem como uma grande coletiva internacional, como sempre fazemos, uma exposição coletiva transhistórica sobre o tema. Nesse contexto, sempre procuramos organizar uma exposição dedicada a um artista europeu da coleção. E, embora não tenhamos um Francis Bacon no acervo, ele é, de fato, uma lacuna considerável, teria feito muito sentido, né, uma aquisição do Bacon no passado, dado o foco em arte figurativa em geral e na representação da figura humana, em particular, na coleção do MASP. Inclusive, vai lembrar que nós tivemos aqui em 2017 uma linda pintura do Bacon, um empréstimo da Tate Modern de Londres, que esteve exposta nos Cavaletes, um empréstimo de longa duração, no acervo no segundo andar, em 2017. Enfim, em todo esse contexto, a mostra do Bacon é de fato central em nossa programação em 2024, e daí a importância também desse seminário. Muito obrigado pela atenção e pela presença. Eu vou passar a palavra ao Fernando Oliva, curador, que organiza a primeira mesa. Muito obrigado, bom seminário.
Bom dia a todos. Daremos início, então, à primeira mesa do nosso seminário hoje, com Simon Ofield Kerr e Gregory Salter. Antes de fazer a introdução ao professor Simon, ele vai falar primeiro. Eu gostaria de lembrar ao nosso público aqui que está nos assistindo que, por favor, envie as perguntas, porque ao final das falas, a gente vai conversar, né, com os palestrantes e colocar algumas perguntas que foram feitas. Então, por favor, vocês já podem ir enviando as perguntas à medida que as falas forem acontecendo. Bom, iniciaremos com o professor Simon Ofield Kerr, com a fala, sua apresentação se chama Enfrentando Francis Bacon mais uma vez. O professor Simon Ofield Kerr é reitor da Norwich University of the Arts. Ele estudou Belas Artes no Exeter College of Art and Design, fez mestrado em História Social da Arte e doutorado na University of Leeds, no Reino Unido. Iniciou sua carreira acadêmica na Leeds e passou por diversos cargos de liderança na Middlesex University e na Kingston University, onde foi diretor executivo da Faculdade de Arte, Design e Arquitetura. Antes de ingressar na University of the Arts London, foi reitor na University for the Creative Arts. Então, por favor, professor Ofield Care, pode iniciar. Obrigado.
Fernando, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. It's been quite a while since I talked about Francis Bacon. That introduction doesn't talk much about my research and my scholarship. It talks about my leadership roles. And that's because 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, I completed a PhD, which circulated Bacon's work. And then I published a couple of articles on Francis Bacon. And one of them had the title, Wrestling with Francis Bacon. I've taught Francis Bacon and throughout my career, but it's been a while since I talked publicly. Wrestling with Francis Bacon is a good title, or it was a good title, and it still feels like a pretty good title. And to come back to his work after a period, and to come back to my own work on him after a period, it has been very interesting. So many thanks for the opportunity. So as I was thinking about this talk, I was thinking about what to say, and then I was thinking about what not to repeat. And I think that's really interesting in relation to Francis Bacon's work. And the history and criticism and theory around his work, in that there are themes in that criticism and scenes in his own biography that are often repeated. Horror, violence, meat, nervous system, and abhorrence of illustration. And I wanted to avoid, or have always wanted to avoid, some of those repetitions. And try and find other ways of talking about Francis Bacon. I think what's interesting is that in the last 20 years, there's been a huge amount of work done on Francis Bacon, and Francis Bacon's studies has a certain kind of legitimacy and intensity, which is really very stimulating. And many of the people talking in this series today have been part of the development of that work. And I would point to Martin Harrison's work on the catalogue raisonné, which is, I didn't have when I was researching Francis Bacon. And, as the comprehensive catalogue, it's an incredible piece of work and has enabled the development of Francis Bacon studies over the last 20 years, 15, 20 years, as has the new biography by Stevens and Swan. It's been interesting over the weekend just finalizing this talk, because I'm bracketed by two coronations. We're talking about 70 years ago, if we're talking about Francis Bacon's two figures, 1953. And that was in the year of a coronation, and we've had a coronation in the UK this weekend as well. I don't want to make too much of the differences and similarities between these two very different times, but it's been interesting to be in that place. So, the difference between now and then is something we might come to in this presentation. Just to say some obvious things about 1953, about the legal status of homosexuality, that it was illegal. Homosexual acts between men were illegal in quite a complex legal framework. And then to say something about the circulation of visual images. It was much slower. The things that people knew and the way they engaged with ideas and with images was a very different kind of economy. And then just a couple of other coordinates. As a social historian of art, it's just worth saying always, I think, that the making of paintings and the viewing of paintings are very different things. And the relationships between biography, personal biography, and social history are multiple and complex. And quite often, viewers of paintings make meanings about them with no reference to biography, with no reference to authorial intention. And in terms of the queer histories of art, I think that breaking of that requirement
Simon,
to
desculpa,
what artists
desculpa te interromper.
is really.
Simon,
Yes?
desculpa te interromper. Você poderia compartilhar a sua apresentação, por favor? Mostrar as imagens?
Okay, I thought I was. Hang on a moment. Might have a bit of a glitch here. Let me escape. How does that look?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just running through the points on the first slide there. And we're at making and viewing paintings being very, very different kinds of activities. And that breaking of the connection between authorial intention and the creation of meaning being a very productive and very essential element of queer theory. This is a photograph of Soho in the 50s. This is a photograph, probably late 50s, but that doesn't matter too much. It gives us a sense of the place and the time that we're talking about. Soho didn't change very much in the 5 or 6 years from 1953 to 1959 when this photograph was taken. Soho mattered to Francis Bacon, and it mattered to lots of different kinds of people in the 50s. It was London's Bohemia, and some of those people at that time would have recognized themselves as queer. Queer in a kind of historical sense, sometimes queer in a pejorative sense, obviously not yet queer in a theoretical or critical sense. It was also a space that caused quite a lot of social and political anxiety. For those of you who don't know, Soho is an area in central London. It's quite a demarcated area, a set of roads and a set of interconnecting alleyways that in the 1950s was home to a really diverse range of people and communities, artistic communities, migrant communities, sexually queer communities, mixing with one another within this space. So I think it's useful to have some coordinates around other things that are happening in 1953 to give us a little bit of context. We're in Soho, it's 1953. What's happened, what's about to happen is useful to us, I think. It's really important to remember this is a post-war period, and it feels like a post-war period. That huge change of the war, which ended in 1945, that's a massive social change. Put it in the context of, say, the 19th century and the creation of modernity and the kind of pace of change that happened then might be equivalent to the change of that period, where people are engaging with one another and changes has happened and new communities have developed and new opportunities have come into existence in a very rapid way. If we look at the immediate post-war period, we have a post-war Labour government in the UK, elected in 1947, huge reforming government focusing on the nationalisation of industries, the development of the welfare state, the establishment of the NHS. This is a time of a new social contract between people and their government, and an intention for things to be different. The experiences of the war, the the kind of visibility of social conditions through the war certainly provided a great impetus for social and political change. We have the election in 51 of a conservative government that largely maintains the consensus view around nationalisation, makes a little bit of a difference to steel, but certainly maintains a consensus view around the establishment of the NHS and putting in place the welfare state. As I said, we're coming up to a coronation. In 52, we have the death of George VI, and in 1953 we have the coronation of Elizabeth II. A lot of talk at the time around a new Elizabethan era, trying to kind of galvanize the coronation as a time of kind of positive political change. What that meant in reality is obviously different to what it meant in kind of ideology at the time, and it's hugely complex, but there is still a lot of talk about 1953 being a pivotal year and a new beginning and a time of new possibilities. We have the end of rationing, post-war, through the war and post-war, rationing continued, and we start to have significant end of rationing at this time. So there is a little bit of a turning point here that's important. In Soho, we have the opening of the first espresso coffee bar. Though London is not really experiencing the yet, and through the 50s is not really experiencing the kind of positive developments of the period. That's all happening outside of London. We do experience some of the social and physical and commercial changes of the time. It's nice that the first coffee bar opened on 29 Fifth Street in Soho in this year. So it's a time of rapid social, political, economic changes, though London's kind of shrinking and underperforming. It is the general zeitgeist is of change, and then with change, a whole range of consequent anxieties around change, social, political, economic anxieties around change, and social and political economic anxieties about London, some of which, many of which get focused on this very particular area in London where Francis Bacon lived. So Soho, London's Bohemia, becomes a little bit of a focus of anxiety. This is another photo of Soho in the 50s, gives you a sense of the alleyways. And a little bit later, I'll talk a little bit about the anxiety of those alleyways. This was thought or kind of popularly understood as an area of London that was impossible to police in various kinds of ways. Think about the broadest understanding of policing. It was thought to be an incredibly difficult area to understand and to maintain control of. So within this environment, we have the production by Bacon of Two Figures, 1953. And in the kind of scholarly archive around Bacon, there's some confusion about whether the painting was ever put on public display. I think if you go back 20 years and you were undertaking research, you would think it was. I think popular accounts was that it did find a space in the Hanover Gallery. Researching now, I think it's very unlikely that it was placed on exhibition in the Hanover Gallery. The two ways in which this painting is most generally understood biographically in relation to Bacon, one very directly related to his biography is his relationship with Peter Lacy that began at the beginning of the 50s, 51. And the kind of intensity and the sexual intensity of that relationship that's accounted for in various kinds of ways, but is often related to the two figures in the painting, with the top figure being Peter Lacy and the bottom figure being Francis Bacon. It's also most often talked about in direct reference to photographs by Edward Muybridge of two men wrestling as a kind of precursor for the painting, or a series of photographs that provided the material for the painting to be produced. These are those photographs, and I think if we just move sort of back and forward between the painting and the photographs, it's kind of useful, I think, to think about the differences between the painting and the photographs, not just the placing of the figures on the bed, not just the placing of the bed within a room and the figures on the bed, but the very form of the figures, the haircuts of those figures. They're different kinds of men. They're in a different kind of location, but still, I think it's very clear that the Muybridge set of photographs of figures in motion wrestling provide a reference and a kind of more than a reference, a kind of image from which Bacon was working, a transposition from the photographs to the painting. I think that's useful for us to think about. I think what's also useful to think about is that the figures don't quite sit on that bed comfortably. They're not quite of the same scale of the bed as the bed. They're not quite of the same scale as the room. They do feel like they've come from somewhere else. They do feel like they've come from another source. This isn't a painting. This is not a realistic painting of this happening. This is not this might be an imagination of this happening, but it seems to directly reference its source materials. And I think that direct reference of source materials is something that's incredibly interesting in Francis Bacon studies, something that was hard to handle at the time in terms of him presenting himself as a serious painter, and actually becomes the most interesting thing about him later in Francis Bacon studies and in relation to queer theory, that this is some form of collage, some form of bringing references together to make a new kind of meaning. And that idea that references were being brought together in the early 1950s to make new meanings within the areas of social and sexual pleasures, practices, and identities is very powerful. So sometimes this painting is talked about as a kind of unique social creative product. And I think if we place it in other archives and alongside other appearances, it loses some of that uniqueness. And interestingly, it sits alongside some other representations of sexual practice at the time. So let's just run through some of those. And I think some of these are really important to know about the period. 1952, there were 670 prosecutions in the UK for sodomy, 3,087 for attempted sodomy and indecent assault, and 1,686 prosecutions for gross indecency. That's incredible. They're incredible numbers. There are people, men being prosecuted within the courts, being sent to prison, being chemically castrated for these kinds of acts, for the acts that are represented in Francis Bacon's painting. In 1952, and a whole range of everyday people. That's happening across the country in various different kinds of ways. And then there are a series of really high-profile arrests and convictions and imprisonments. In 1952, the mathematician and incredible kind of influential kind of developer of computational technologies, Alan Turing, was convicted. That becomes a cause célèbre in the press. He's arrested, convicted, found guilty, and instead of going to prison, chooses a chemical castration. In the following year, after his conviction, he commits suicide, perhaps. This is very interesting. In 1952, and I'll come back to this guy called Keith Bilcombe. He enlists at the age of 17 in the Royal Navy. And what's really interesting in his accounts of this period is that he had never heard the word homosexual nor queer at that time, even though he was a practitioner of these acts. But the words and the concepts of homosexual nor queer were attached to these acts for him in 1952 at the age of 17. So if he had seen the picture in the painting in 1953. He would not have identified it as homosexual or queer, but he certainly would have identified it, I think, as an act that he had been engaging in for a number of years, and also an image that he recognized that kind of blurred the boundaries between wrestling and sexual activity. Other appearance, as we come into 1953, a lot of talk about what's happening in the States, really close relationships between America and the UK at the time. The US president declares homosexuals a threat to national security. That has a big impact in 1953 on the UK government and their approach. And then big arrest of a very prominent actor who had just recently been knighted, Sir John Gielgud. He was arrested and fined, and all of that was presented in the national press, and starts to make some very clear, context for the painting in terms of scandal, in terms of conviction, and in terms of punishment. I think it's also interesting to look at some popular fiction, and I've particularly looked at The Heart in Exile by Rodney Garland, which is a pseudonym for Adam Martin de Hegedus, and The Charioteer by Mary Renault, which provide interesting contexts for the reading of the painting in 1953. And they are both novels that are about social, sexual communities of men, very much influenced by experiences in the Second World War and the coming together that the war enabled between different kinds and classes and men who had different kinds of experiences, and how it provided a new sociality and a new social sexual possibility. So in that, Two Figures by Francis Bacon appears not as an isolated visual product, but within a set of art, literature, popular media, visibilities and appearances of the period. This is, as we move into 1953, it's the big case in the UK, and the big scandal that's always been kind of referenced in relation to the late 19th century scandal of Oscar Wilde, which is the arrest and trial and conviction of three men, Lord Montague of Bewley, Michael Pitt Rivers, and Peter Wildeblood. And what's important about it is simply the scale of interest and the scale of newspaper engagement in the case, and the scale of scandal around it. A complex social reaction to it, popular reaction to it, not entirely supportive at all times, but differentiated in various ways. But it directly leads to the government setting up the Committee on Homosexual Offences and Prostitution, chaired by Wolfenden, who was the Vice-Chancellor of Reading University, and their considerations over a period of 3 years, from 1954 to 1957, and their taking of evidence eventually leads to a series of recommendations for partial legalization of homosexuality, which from 1957 to 1967 becomes the framework for that advocacy and that political change, which eventually leads to partial legalization of these acts in 1967. What's interesting to look at, I think, is then in 1956, Keith Bilcombe, who we met earlier, was arrested and court-martialed and imprisoned for 12 months himself. So he goes through a kind of experience that is part of the kind of, I think I'm suggesting, the experience of the painting that through this kind of legal framework, he is arrested, court-martialed, and the acts in which he is engaging are clearly identified as homosexual and clearly identified as illegal, and he starts to form part of that, of the terms by which homosexuality will find partial legalization in the UK over the next 10 to 11 years. It's interesting to look at the painting that I think we're much more sure about in terms of public presentation, which is Francis Bacon's Two Figures in the Grass of 1954. I think we're fairly confident that this was presented at his one-man show at the ICA in 1955, probably through the engagement of Peter Watson, who was a philanthropist funding both Horizon magazine, an arts and culture magazine, and funding the ICA, who probably advocated for the one-man show at the ICA. Now, in the archive, there is some intimation that this painting, indication that this painting became a police matter, that somebody reported it as an illegal act from the exhibition, and that the police kind of took a look at it and decided that it was okay to be displayed, that actually it was two men wrestling. That's super interesting. My hunch is that the painting of the previous year, Two Figures, would not have been identified in that way. The external location of this probably helps it. The fact that it is a painting in public space, a painting of public space, rather than a painting of private space, probably helps its kind of legitimacy or its possibility of public presentation in 1953. And then what's happening here is something incredibly interesting around the relationships between the public and the private, of private acts being put on public display and private spaces being put in public spaces. And these trajectories of public and private are being played out over the next 15 years in fairly complex ways. What's interesting about the Francis Bacon painting, and I'm just going to take us back to it, is that when we come to the change of the law, this private space is exactly the kind of space where acts were legalized. These two men in a private room engaged in some kind of social sexual activity, erotic activity, is what is legally permissible in 10 years' time, though absolutely not legally permissible at the time of its production. Finally, I just wanted to kind of end in relation to the kind of relationships between, the social sexual economy, the economy of practices and pleasures and identities that I've just sketched out, and the visual economy in which Francis Bacon worked, and from which he produced his work. And the work over the last 20 years to understand that, to look closely at the studio in which he worked, and the fragments and the books and the photographs layered within the studio. And this is Francis Bacon's preserved studio, Seven Rees Mews, which is now in the Hugh Lane Gallery in Dublin. This becomes an incredibly productive place of engagement, where what is evident in the pictures becomes very obvious in the location of their production, is this intertextual referencing, is this relationship between different forms and kinds and levels of imagery. At the time, it was difficult to speak to, often denied in the criticism about Bacon, that this is how he worked, that he was interested in illustration and photography, and sometimes directly moved illustration and photography into his painting. But I now think it is one of the most productive areas of his work. What's great about this image is this moment over here. I'm just going to use the laser pointer to see here. There's a little physique pictorial, which is a US physique magazine, but their distribution moved to Soho, or moved to having a branch in the UK at the beginning of the 50s, and so it became very available within the UK. And it's one of those magazines amongst a number of magazines that blurred the relationship between physique photography, boxing photography, sports photography, wrestling photography, and erotic photography. And it's very clear that this form of imagery was part of the ways in which men at the time were making sense of themselves and making sense of their experiences, and that one man in particular was using, Francis Bacon, was using to make paintings. So what I think is interesting is not to say that Francis Bacon's two figures is exemplary anyway, but that it is embedded in an economy of images and fragments and constellations and coming together of different forms of visual, social, literary material from which people were making sense of their experiences and making sense of their lives at a time of radical social and political change, and that he was deeply embedded in that experience, finding ways to make things make sense and finding, partial ways at times to make that sense become visible to other people, which was always a partial experience and always a partial moment, as it was one that was policed by other people in terms of gallery directors and literary agents, etc. But I think placing Francis Bacon and this painting in particular and subsequent paintings in that archive, in that social moment, is a really productive way of understanding the queer possibilities of his work in a really historicized sense of queer then and queer theory and queer history now. That's great. Thank you very much. I'll stop sharing my screen and bring this down, and happy to answer any questions or answer any questions later.
Muito obrigado ao professor Kerr. Parabéns pela sua apresentação. A gente vai poder voltar a conversar depois da fala do professor Gregory Salter, respondendo às perguntas do público. Por favor, peço às pessoas que estão aqui nos assistindo que prossigam nos enviando questões, para que a gente possa, ao final, colocá-la para os palestrantes. Bom, agora teremos a apresentação do professor Gregory Salter. A apresentação se chama Francis Bacon e a experiência queer além da Grã-Bretanha na década de 1950. Gregory Salter é professor de História da Arte na University of Birmingham. Publicou o livro Arte e Masculinidade na Grã-Bretanha do pós-guerra, Reconstruindo o Lar, em 2019. Atualmente, desenvolve um projeto de pesquisa que trata de histórias transnacionais de arte queer britânica entre os anos de 1957 e 1988. Então, por favor, professor Salter, sua apresentação. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernando, for the introduction and for the invitation to speak today. It's a real privilege to be here, so thank you very much. I'm just going to share my... No, I'm not. I'm just going to share my screen. Hang on a second. Here we go. I hope you can see that okay, and I hope you can hear me all right. Let me know if you can't. The focus of my paper today will be on tracing the relationship between queer aspects of Bacon's practice in the 1950s and his travels to international spaces in a similar kind of period, 1950s into the 1960s. The aim is to build on recent queer-focused research on Bacon, some of which Simon just talked about as well. For example, I've produced research that situated Bacon in the context of the increased surveillance and discussion of male homosexuality in 1950s Britain, arguing that Bacon's practice engages with the importance of the domestic and the home, as well as public cruising cultures for negotiating queer selfhood at this particular post-war moment. So in this research, I read a work like Two Figures as connected to emerging ideas of the domestic space as the only legitimate space for a decriminalized form of respectable homosexuality between men, which we've given institutional support following the publication of the findings of the Wolfenden Report in 1957. But I noted that Two Figures positions us as viewers on the threshold of the domestic space, both implicated in and witnesses to the sex between men taking place at the centre of the painting, underlining both the sense that the domestic might offer some kind of privacy to queer men in this moment, while also being a space of anxiety and surveillance at the same time. Alongside this, I discussed the Man in Blue series, works inspired by Bacon's encounter with a man he picked up in a hotel, as related to practices of public cruising, where watchfulness and momentary eye contact may or may not lead to sexual intimacy. In the process, I suggested that together, these works point to an expansive and distinctly queer relationship to home in the 1950s. Rooted in the domestic space, but also in public spaces like the hotel, the bar, and city streets as well. I should say, and that research is in the book that Fernando mentioned called Art and Masculinity in Post-War Britain. My research here and a lot of the queer-focused research on Bacon over the years has been focused largely on Britain. Though I should note Simon's Wrestling with Francis Bacon essay, which took in Bacon's trips to places like Berlin before the Second World War as well. We have, however, I think, overlooked that the 1950s was a period of great personal upheaval for Bacon that resulted in frequent and sustained international journeys to places like Monte Carlo in the south of France, what was then southern Rhodesia, Egypt and Tangier in Morocco, and I'm going to focus on the latter in this paper. Bacon's international journeys mirror those of other queer men with the money and the connections to travel outside of Britain at this moment, at a moment when homosexuality was criminalised and arrests were increasing. So something I want to foreground and explore briefly here is that decolonizing spaces in the 1950s and 1960s were just as key to the development of Bacon's queer visual language as the already well-explored histories of fascism, of interwar Berlin, and of post-war London. So part of what I'm doing here then is expanding the frame of home that I used to think about Bacon previously. How is our understanding of the queerness of his practice developed when we think about an expansive, ambivalent queer attitude to home, not just in London, but also in national and international terms as well? It's tempting to view the international travels of queer men like Bacon as related to a desire to escape a repressive atmosphere at home. So for some, like Rupert Croft Cook, who made Morocco his long-term home in 1953 with his partner, Joseph Sossinathan, after they'd both spent time in prison, this was arguably the case. But the homosexual man was also on the beginning of a long path towards a kind of incorporation into the British nation as a citizen. The Committee on Homosexual Offences and Prostitution had been established in 1954, in part to address increasing arrests relating to homosexuality. The committee's report in 1957, known as the Wolfenden Report, recommended the decriminalisation of homosexuality between men in private. And then 10 years later, the Sexual Offences Act of 1967 made the recommendation law in England and Wales for men over the age of 21. So in this context, the queer man, in one sense a national exile and outlaw, was also being folded into the nation as a respectable homosexual. From this position, the internationally mobile homosexual, like Bacon, becomes a particular manifestation, perhaps, of what Hiram Perez has called the gay cosmopolitan. He defines this as a colonial agent who secures the nation's boundaries and locates the sexual and racial other abroad. It is necessary to view Bacon's international journeys in this complicated lens, then, as connected to the tradition of the homosexual exile or outlaw, but also undertaken as homosexuality was being folded into Britain's national and international frameworks. So in some respects, my discussion that follows seeks to trace the relationships between the transitional status of the homosexual in the British nation, the transitional processes of decolonisation, and the transitional or liminal spaces that Bacon's works envision. The latter are familiar spaces in Bacon's practice. Think of the way we stand on the threshold into figures. But what I'm suggesting here is that they have particular shifting historical meanings in particular artworks. So the transitional, the threshold, means something similar, but also something different in a Bacon work that evokes London, say, in comparison to one that evokes Tangier. Francis Bacon left for Tangier for the first time in the summer of 1956. Together with his close friend Peter Pollock, he travelled across France and through Spain in Pollock's Rolls-Royce before making the crossing to Morocco. He travelled initially to follow his then lover Peter Lacy. Bacon had met Lacy in 1952 and they began quite a tempestuous relationship. Bacon called it 4 years of continuous horror with nothing but violent rows. And he returned to Tangier repeatedly in the mid to late 1950s, taking up hotel rooms or temporary addresses, always with the intention of painting. Very few works actually produced in Tangier survive. There was at least one work completed, painting from 1958, an image of a non-screaming Pope, which you can see here. Several more were left unfinished and gifted by Bacon to Nicholas Brzezinski in Tangier in 1959, and a very large proportion were destroyed by Lacy in fits of violent anger. And Bacon's trips to Tangier became less frequent and eventually stopped after a disastrous visit in which Lacy caught Bacon in bed with a Moroccan boy. And then in 1962, on the day that his first Tate retrospective exhibition opened in London, Bacon received a telegram informing him that Lacy had passed away in Tangier. Bacon began visiting Tangier when the region was in a moment of transition. Between 1923 and 1956, Tangier was a free international zone, governed by a coalition of European powers, partly in order to keep any one power from establishing a presence on the coast of North Africa, and partly to maintain it as a base for military aircraft and radio technology during the early years of the Cold War. In this context, Tangier had become a destination and residence for Europeans and North Americans, ranging from the very wealthy to crooks and criminals, as well as artists and writers like William Burroughs, Allen Ginsberg, Paul Bowles, and Tennessee Williams, all of whom Bacon met in some form at some point. And they occupied the city alongside a majority of Arab and Jewish Moroccans. These visitors were attracted to Tangier by a perceived lack of constraint there. Prostitution and drugs were prohibited but poorly policed. The city's free money market, low taxes for expatriates, at least, and low cost of living, and for queer men in particular, the toleration of homosexuality and the availability of men and boys for casual sex. This aspect was something that drew figures like the playwright Joe Orton and his partner Kenneth Halliwell to Tangier for regular trips, as well as queer men who'd fallen foul of the law against homosexuality in Britain, such as Croft Cook and Sir Sinathan, who I mentioned earlier. By late 1956, Tangier was reabsorbed into newly independent Morocco, though it remained a destination for queer men. In a letter to Robert Sainsbury in July 1956, Bacon was aware that he travelled to Tangier in a moment of flux. He said, "At the present time, this place is a dying town, as everything is so uncertain. I prefer it this way, but many people think that when the transfer to Morocco is completed, and if the Moroccans keep it a free market, there will be a boom here. And then I don't think you or Lisa would care for Tangier. It's a desert, but it is good for me." So the desert of the dying town of Tangier, somewhere between colonial settlement and reabsorption into an independent Morocco, was going to assist Bacon in his art. It was also a space of sexual and financial freedom, and the place where you could find Peter Lacey. Oops, there we go. Tangier makes few explicit appearances in Bacon's art as a subject, though, as I'll show, it has a presence in a few distinct works that I want to argue shed light on a dynamic relationship between queerness and transnational travel in this period. My focus is going to be on two of the more explicit responses to Tangier. The first is this one, Landscape near Malabata, Tangier, painted in 1963, a year after Lacey's death. Bacon's representation of the Malabata landscape, around 6 miles east of Tangier, is confined to a curving platform surrounded on both sides by dark, slightly modulating black space. Here, a vague hawk-like figure formed out of liquid smears of grey, blue and black paint swoops to grab something in its claws. Bacon has depicted the bird at this precise transitional moment. With the prey firmly in its claws, the hawk appears to be about to spread its wings and take off into the sky. Behind this landscape is made up of thick grass formed out of sweeping flicks of white, red and grey paint. On the left, half hidden in the grass, is a form constructed from further smears of blue, grey and white paint. It is vaguely reminiscent of the nude bodies that occupied Bacon's images in the 1950s, though here the body is formless, broken, even decomposed. And around it, there are curving strokes of blood red paint that appear to bleed into the grassy centre of the image. Alongside this, at the heart of the landscape, is another ambiguous form. It rises out of the ground as something between a figure, seems to stand on 2 legs, and a tree looming over the landscape. Its form is spectral, threatening, and dark, only visible against the black background by the red tones that provide some vague modulation and definition. There is, perhaps unsurprisingly, a personal connection here too. Lacey was buried in the Malabata landscape after he died. And in this light, the 3 forms in this work, the hawk-like creature, the mound of flesh, and the spectral black form, suggest a transition from life to death to a horrific kind of resurrection. Bacon's transitional and violent vision of the Tangier landscape has parallels with those of other queer figures in the post-war period. William Burroughs consistently emphasised the violent potential of Tangier, partly because he was increasingly aware of attacks on Westerners by Moroccans as tensions rose as the decade wore on. It was also a space of imagined violence that Burroughs connected to his vision of it as interzone, an indeterminate sphere, I quote, like a dream extending from the past into the future, a frontier between dream and reality. And in his letters from this period, there are often moments where Burroughs luxuriates in moments of everyday violence he encounters in Tangier. Meanwhile, Joe Orton's diaries include encounters with similar moments of violence and histories as well of colonial violence and death, particularly in landscape spaces. In the interest of time, I'm just noting here that Bacon, like those other queer cultural figures I've mentioned, must have encountered Tangier and Morocco in these violent and historically transitional terms. A nationalist movement had developed in Morocco in the aftermath of the Second World War in opposition to the country's status as a French protectorate, and political tensions escalated through the 1940s. By the early 1950s, strikes and violent, deadly demonstrations and riots were common. And Tangier itself was hit by anti-French riots in 1952, during which European residents found themselves targeted. In 1953, in the aftermath of Sultan Sidi Mohammed's forced removal and exile by the French, clashes broke out all over the country, and Morocco descended into something like a warlike state. Independence was agreed in response in 1956, when the French protectorate, then the Spanish protectorate, and finally the international zone of Tangier were reunited as one country. However, tensions remained as Sidi Mohammed, returning to Morocco as King Mohammed V, and the nationalists vied for power. Acts of terrorism and violence remained frequent in these early years of independence. So like Burroughs and Orton, Bacon would almost certainly have witnessed and been aware of the potential for wider violence in Morocco, directed at Westerners like him or breaking out in other ways in the post-independence period. This violence is difficult to navigate, I think. It emerges out of a broadly Orientalist conception of Morocco as a space of kind of danger and chaos, while also resonating as a fact through the unstable nature of the decolonizing country at this moment. And I think it's productive to read Landscape near Malabata with this kind of instability in mind, as a work shaped by both inherited Orientalist myths and reality, as well as by both personal violence and loss, and its wider presence in post-independence Morocco. To do so is to follow Bacon's own reflections on his art at this time. In a letter to Sonia Orwell in December 1954, Bacon suggested that through his art, he could develop, I quote, a sort of life story which sees underneath the events of the last 40 years, so that you would not know whether it was imagination or fact. In this way, Bacon envisions his art as being a sphere where historical and personal events, fact and imagination, lacy and post-colonial upheaval could combine. And it's within this context that the violent, incoherent, transitional appearance of Landscape near Malabata makes sense, fundamentally shaped by the queer transnational channels through which Bacon moves at this point. Another work by Bacon inspired by Tangier raises further questions about how he responds to his encounters with Morocco in his work. This is Man Carrying a Child from 1956, and it depicts a Moroccan man dressed in a djellaba, and he walks from left to right and carries a child in his left arm who appears to cling to him affectionately. He is surrounded by a hastily sketched-in box, which was a familiar trope in Bacon's work at this point. The setting is similar in some ways to Landscape near Malabata. He walks across a platform in now familiar bright reds, greens, and yellows, set against a black backdrop and a black foreground. The relatively vibrant colours here for Bacon at this point in his career seem to anticipate the way the light and colours of the Moroccan landscape would filter into aspects of his work in later years. At the same time, this colourful platform has been read by Martin Harrison as deriving from an Aubusson rug, so a kind of rug type image here as well. So these two connotations, landscape and rug, create a push and pull between outdoor setting and domestic interior, placing us, like many of Bacon's works, in a seemingly transitional, ambiguous space, another threshold. The man's movement and the potential invocation of an outdoor setting could be derived from the experience of Tangier itself. While there were distinct borders for Europeans, Arabs, and Jews, the city also held the potential for what have been called crossings of communities, in parties, cafes, and on the street where people might actually mix. Press photographs from the 1950s, like this one, depict sites like Café Tingis on the Petit Soco, which was frequented by queer tourists looking to pick up men. And you can see a flurry of Westerners and Arabs passing by the tables lined up side. There is one sense then that this painting could be related to a memory, or could be derived from a memory of an encounter in the city, or perhaps just a figure seen in passing. But Helen Lazore, the owner of the Beaux Arts Gallery in London, where Bacon showed this painting, stated that what we're seeing here is a portrait of a man that Bacon knew in Tangier. And Bacon certainly had relationships with Moroccan Arabs. He engaged in casual sex while he was in Tangier, and he also formed a particular friendship with a Moroccan artist named Ahmed Yacoubi after he met him on his first visit to Tangier. Bacon and Yacoubi were introduced by the American writer Paul Bowles and his wife Jane. Yacoubi had been living with Bowles since 1954, though they met in 1947. And in kind of Bacon's biographies, we're told that he showed a great deal of generosity towards Yacoubi, buying him a set of oil paints, supplying him with canvases, allowing him to watch him paint in his Tangier studio, which very few people were allowed to do. He also helped to organise for a show of Yacoubi's work in London at the Hanover Gallery, owned by Erica Browson in 1957, October 1957. And he supported Yacoubi when he's imprisoned for and eventually acquitted of seducing a German boy in 1958. But I'm evoking this not to suggest that there is a direct link between Bacon's relationship with Yacoubi and man carrying a child. There is no direct evidence that I've found to suggest that this work is actually depicting Yacoubi here. But a refusal to pin this work down to a particular relationship also reflects and brings in, I think, the murmurs of interracial desire and related Orientalist stereotypes and fetishizations that sit perhaps just under the surface of this work and may well have been read onto it by Western queer viewers, kind of seeing this particularly back in London. The mixture of closeness and distance in this work seems to hint at the spectacle or the trope of the kind of exotic Arab, figure both distant but also potentially sexually available. And I want to suggest that such tropes circulate through man carrying a child, even as it also seems in its intimacy and in its ordinariness to be working against them at the same time. So to wrap up, like landscape near Malabata, we are left with a sense of man carrying a child as an unsteady transitional image, both in its physical depiction of space, in that kind of we have this both interior and exterior again, and in its relationship to its subject, which is both arguably broadly Orientalist, but also rooted in genuine contact as well. Though the Morocco works are a relatively small aspect of Bacon's practice, they direct our attention to the importance of international travel, particularly to spaces shaped by developing process of decolonization in the 1950s and 1960s for the shaping of his visual language. And even if few distinctly Moroccan works survive, we can note how its colours and landscape elements filter into a broad range of Bacon's works in this period, suggesting that the mixture of tropes and experiences associated with Morocco had genuine wide-ranging influence on him. And beyond Bacon as an individual, an examination of these Moroccan works enables ways of thinking about queer imagery in this period as being inherently shaped by an unsteady encounter between Orientalist inheritances and the realities of decolonizing spaces. And in a moment now, where homosexuality, transnational movement, and citizenship are key focuses for things like policy and activism, Bacon's works are a small way of addressing the histories of these contemporary developments as well. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for listening.
Muito obrigado, professor Salter. Parabéns pela sua apresentação. A gente vai dar início agora às questões, né? A conversa com o nosso público. A gente já tem algumas perguntas que eu vou começar a colocar para vocês aqui. A gente vai poder bater um papo um pouco. Bom, a primeira questão é dirigida a ambos, né? Talvez o professor Kerr possa responder primeiro, porque ela lembra que faz 20 anos, né, que você terminou o seu doutorado sobre Francis Bacon, como você mencionou, né? E, na sua opinião, o que você acha que mudou na recepção do Francis Bacon nesses últimos 20 anos, né, com as grandes mudanças, né, que houve no sistema da arte, especialmente no contexto das histórias das exposições, né, com uma presença cada vez maior do protagonismo de questões como gênero, identidade, questões sexuais, raciais, etc., né? Certamente isso foi mudando muito, né, ao longo da vida do Francis Bacon, né, que ele morreu apenas em 92, então ele viu, né, talvez o início dessas mudanças, que especialmente, né, na universidade, na academia, mas isso começou a acontecer de forma mais decisiva, né, a partir do final dos anos 80. Então, queria perguntar tanto para o professor Kerr como para o professor Salter, como que vocês viram essas transformações e a recepção da obra do Francis Bacon nesse contexto? Vocês acham que ela teve o papel devido ou talvez ela ficou subrepresentada nesses debates?
That's a great question. And I think you've gone some way to answering the question that you've asked. I think what was really interesting when I started working on Bacon, and that would be 25, 28 years ago, there was a bit of a consensus view around how to understand his work. And I think you can relate that consensus view to him and how he talked about his work himself, and how a set of quite powerful figures, theoretical, historical, institutional figures to whom he was related, talked about his work. I think there was huge anxiety for him, and at the time in the 50s and 60s and 70s around his work, about how it could be understood and how it could be valued and how Francis Bacon could be taken seriously as an artist. I think personally he had huge anxieties around being taken seriously as an artist, and built a kind of critical, theoretical, institutional framework around his work to ensure that it was understood as serious work in the context of, say, French theory or French philosophy of the time, or institutional recognition of the time. So all of that was powerful 28 years ago, I think. I think what's happened since then, through the work of many people, including Greg and others, and Martin Harrison, is the opening up the space from the consensus. It's not just about what Bacon thought, it's not just about Bacon's biography, it's about how these works sit in other worlds, how they have relationships to other things that Bacon doesn't get to determine, doesn't get to control, that the institutional frameworks of their understanding don't get to control, that they have lives in other archives, in other theories, in other spaces, and that people have used them to make other kinds of meaning and other kinds of sense. That was happening at the time of their production, that's happening at every time of their reading. But I think there's been a huge opening out over the last 20 years of not feeling you have to go along with the consensus view that Bacon very powerfully established, and a number of theorists and historians established around his work. Greg, does that have resonance for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Completely. I think the last thinking of the last 10 or 15 years when I've been looking at this, that there was this shift from kind of particularly the interviews with David Sylvester being the kind of, well, still are the kind of go-to thing for Francis Bacon as well. But I have very similar conversation with students even now about, you know, where we move on from them and how we think about how these images that Bacon produced circulated more generally as well. And what's been striking to me is particularly over the last 10 years is seeing the kind of the emergence of kind of queer focused exhibitions and institutions really where Bacon has become a fixture. He has just become one of the go-to figures for addressing these histories. He was kind of at the end of the Queer British Art Show at Tate Britain in 2017. There was another show in the same year here in Birmingham where Bacon featured really heavily as well, and the exhibition at the Barbican early last year as well, where Bacon became another way for addressing queer history specifically. So it's it's just this kind of it may just be the realms that I work in and where my kind of attention to Bacon goes and things like that. But he has really become, at least in kind of UK exhibitions, kind of attached specifically to institutions wanting to think about queer histories as well.
Ok, muito obrigado. Temos uma próxima questão que é dirigida ao professor Salter, mas o professor Kerr também pode comentar, caso tenha interesse. Professor Salter, você mencionou o termo cosmopolita gay e você falou muito dessa vida internacional, né, que o Bacon levava, e não só no Marrocos, né, ele viajava muito, ele de fato teve uma vida, né, cosmopolita. No entanto, é importante lembrar também, e eu queria te perguntar sobre isso, que ele era um homem branco, europeu, né, rico, em posição de poder, né, viajando pelas colônias, né? No caso, um país colonial, e a gente tem aí, obviamente, a questão do colonial, como você mesmo pesquisa, né? Isso faz parte da sua pesquisa. Mas, no entanto, é importante lembrar que ele estava usufruindo, né, dessa condição, desse lugar, e que era, afinal, um lugar de poder, né? Havia também, né, um turismo sexual, né? Bom, ainda hoje existe. Então, eu queria te perguntar, você vê isso como um problema? E a gente não está falando aqui, obviamente, de nenhuma questão moral, né? Eu estou perguntando se você vê isso como um problema e por que você acha que pouco se fala disso? Se você acha que essa é uma questão que fica um pouco colocada um pouco assim embaixo do tapete?
Thanks very much for that question. Yeah, those are exactly things that I've been trying to think about as well. So I'll do my best to answer as much as possible. I think it is a problem for thinking about Bacon and for thinking queer histories in general. But I think if this doesn't sound frivolous, a kind of useful and productive problem as well. Partly because these histories have happened and have been kind of slightly glossed over or ignored, not just in scholarship on Bacon, but on kind of, I can speak about queer British histories in general. This is something that is beginning to be kind of thought about a bit by several people at the moment. So there's been kind of, I think what's useful about kind of exploring these histories is that they kind of add a particular complexity to kind of queer kind of histories in Britain. I think there has been a well-established narrative, a kind of very linear, almost kind of liberal narrative relating to kind of decriminalization, legalization, and later on kind of things like gay marriage and things like that. That can be quite celebratory for lots of good reasons as well. But there is a real need, I think, to kind of think about the contemporary and historical entanglements of all queer people in these kind of colonial histories, particularly histories being told from Britain in that kind of way. So you're right, I think I don't see it so much as a moral problem or a reason to kind of ignore Bacon, but for a reason to allow his works to tell those stories as well. And as I said, towards the end, particularly when thinking about, when we're grappling in a contemporary moment with the resonance of these histories and how they shape kind of queer citizenship at the moment, I think there is a real gap actually between kind of discussions of, particularly in Britain, the British Empire in the 19th century, particularly in kind of queer, some kind of queer scholarship on that moment, and then queer scholarship on the contemporary moment. Things particularly about things like homo nationalism and things like that as well. To not overuse the word transitional, the 50s and 60s are a really, really key transitional moment in this kind of position of queerness in kind of national consciousness all over the world. And I think Bacon's works are inherently shaped by that. So the discussion is necessary in some ways, and is starting to happen in lots of interesting ways. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, I think I would agree. And I think your answer, again, the question and the answer are coming together in that I think Francis Bacon was undoubtedly a sexual tourist. He was a sexual tourist in Soho, and the practices and pleasures he engaged in were deeply embedded in social political inequalities, and that simply has to be recognized. When he was in Soho, the trajectories of class were super powerful. As a tourist, the combinations of class and identity, colonial and decolonial identity, were kind of embedded or kind of condensed with one another. He was certainly finding, pleasure in those inequalities, and I think that's it can't be denied that pleasure and the identities and the practices and pleasures he was engaging in are part of that social and political complexity. In a sense, that's why he's we're not understanding him as an exemplary figure. We're it's not that that this is positive. His work is interesting because it is deeply embedded in social, political, and visual economies which are structured by inequalities that are profound and violent and disturbing. That's not to connect the disturbing nature of those inequalities to the disturbing aspects of his paintings. It's just that he's part of a social and political world that is structured by different forms of difference and inequality. And that's deeply embedded in his work, I think.
Ok, obrigado. Nós temos tempo mais só para talvez uma ou duas questões. Temos mais uma pergunta que é dirigida mais diretamente ao professor Kerr, mas, mais uma vez, também o professor Salter pode comentar. Bom, professor Kerr, você falou na sua apresentação sobre um trabalho de 1953 e o seu foco foi as oposições, a tensão entre o público e o privado, né, naquele momento. No entanto, é importante lembrar que o Francis Bacon, né, ainda atravessou mais 4 décadas, né, o trabalho dele ainda atravessou outras 4 décadas, né, ele morreu apenas em 1992, então ele viveu todos os anos 70 e 80. Como que você vê essa questão do público e do privado na obra tardia do Bacon, né? Especialmente do final dos anos 80 e comecinho dos anos 90, e mais uma vez, como que você vê essas transformações e também na recepção da obra dele? Porque se houve uma mudança, né, decisiva nas últimas décadas, né, no plano social e cultural, ela está, obviamente, na oposição entre o público e o privado, como você contemplou na sua fala.
I'm not sure I can do the question justice. My work has largely focused on Bacon in the 50s. I think he was part of a very particular community in the 50s. I don't think we would easily attach him to the narratives of social and political change around social and sexual identities running through the 50s and 60s to the 70s. I don't think that's a period of change that he identified himself with or explicitly engaged in the production of his work. You know, there would be a space between, you know, Francis Bacon and David Hockney that can't quite be filled, or Hockney takes on the narratives of liberation in a different, you know, form and through a different visual economy than Francis Bacon. I think, you know, just kind of anecdotally, he certainly wouldn't, I think, have identified himself as gay or been comfortable with the kind of frameworks of identity that gay identity kind of required. And that form of visibility that gay identity required, I don't think was his particular kind of practice and pleasure and identity formation. You know, something about the spaces in which he lived and the spaces and the works that he produced were about opacity and transition and being, you know, not quite visible. And the price you pay for visibility is one that I don't think he would be, you know, really willing to pay. You know, I don't think he would want to be entirely public in himself and in his work. So I don't think he, you know, lots of the histories when you come to kind of, you know, gay identity and liberation and political change, write very singular narratives about coming to visibility. You know, that coming out and coming to visibility. And I don't think you can easily attach Bacon to those narratives of ever greater visibility and, you know, certain models of liberation. I think he's very much a product of a particular, you know, social formation, social sexual formation of the early and mid 20th century. That's probably not, you know, my knowledge isn't probably enough to fully answer it. Greg can probably do better on the later work, I think.
I can try. Yeah, I think all I would just say in response, I completely agree with Simon as well. And there's a couple of things I would say is that building on that he's fascinating as, and you know, this is the same in any moment, that there are older models or understandings of sexuality and identity present in our society at any moment, that you know, we all live in a multi-generational society where people have grown up in very different moments versus much younger people will be thinking in very contemporary terms perhaps about their identity. And actually that's something that makes Bacon and following him into the 80s and 90s kind of fascinating, and thinking, you know, saying that there remains kind of alongside the developments that we associate with the 80s and the 90s in Britain, say that there are these older ways of thinking about sexuality that would have intermingled at those moments. And it probably also, you know, an interesting question to ask might be, you know, not so much what Bacon was thinking in those moments, but how kind of queer audiences were responding to Bacon at those moments. So you can go and look at the brilliant kind of gay publications, gay news, even Gay Times when it comes out and things like that. You can find kind of histories of gay art, and it is very much histories of gay art at that point. I think the way that they're framed, and you see this with Hockney as well. Brilliant, kind of very resonant responses to these artists by different audiences much later, that tell us a lot. Don't tell us so much about what Bacon was thinking, but tell us about how audiences were framing and understanding these artworks, which are again are slightly different to the way that we're doing them now as well.
I guess all I would add is part of that becoming a serious artist and being kind of understood internationally as a serious artist was really important to Bacon. And the idea that, you know, the space that Hockney kind of held, where you could be both, was not a space that Bacon identified with or from an earlier generation thought was possible. So he didn't want those worlds to entirely kind of meet one another. I think it's always interesting to remember that Francis Bacon was a designer and kind of fearful of the relationships between certain models of sexuality and certain understandings of design. There's a wonderful encounter between Francis Bacon and Cecil Beaton. And I think Cecil Beaton, the designer, photographer, was kind of what Francis Bacon feared how he might be understood, not a serious artist. And I think in his persona, in how he presented himself, being a serious artist, taken seriously, was incredibly important. And I think in that kind of 50s, 60s moment, the connection between that and being, an openly gay figure was one that was difficult to align.
Ok, excelente. Muito obrigado, professor Kerr. Muito obrigado, professor Salter. A gente está chegando aqui ao final, né, da nossa mesa. Parabéns pelas apresentações, né, e pelo rico debate que a gente teve. Agradeço ao público também que esteve aqui com a gente até agora. Infelizmente, não tivemos como colocar todas as perguntas. Tentei aqui resumir, né, algumas questões centrais, né, e que tiveram mais pertinência em relação à fala de ambos palestrantes. Retornaremos, vamos fazer um break agora para o almoço e retornaremos à 1h30. Teremos ainda, os trabalhos prosseguem até o fim da tarde, então espero ver todos vocês daqui a pouco. À 1h30 a gente retorna com a segunda mesa. Então, muito obrigado e até já.
Bom, boa tarde a todas, todos, todes. Eu sou Leandro Muniz, eu sou assistente curatorial no MASP, e essa é a segunda mesa do seminário Francis Bacon, A Beleza da Carne, que é um seminário preparatório para uma exposição dedicada ao artista no ano que vem no museu, como parte de um ano destinado às histórias da diversidade. Esse seminário é organizado pelo Adriano Pedrosa, diretor artístico, pelo Fernando Oliva, curador, e pela Laura Cozendey, que é curadora assistente. E nessa primeira mesa a gente tem o Dominic James e o Richard Hornsey. Antes de passar a palavra para o Dominic, que vai começar, eu convido a todos, todas, todos que estão assistindo pelos canais do YouTube para enviarem as perguntas no chat, e aviso que um link para a emissão de certificado vai ser postado lá ao longo da apresentação. O Dominic James é professor titular de História da Arte Moderna na Keele University e Professional Fellow na University for the Creative Arts. É historiador cultural, estuda textos e imagens visuais relacionadas à Grã-Bretanha nos contextos local e internacional a partir do século XVIII, e nessa esfera ele se concentra nas histórias de gênero, sexualidade e religião. Seus livros mais recentes são Freak to Chic, Gay Man in Another Fashion After Oscar Wilde, do esquisito ao chique, homens gays dentro e fora da moda depois de Oscar Wilde, e British Dandies, dandies britânicos. Foi ganhador de vários prêmios de pesquisa, incluindo bolsas do AHRC e da British Academy. Entre os seus textos que são especializados no trabalho do Francis Bacon, a gente tem London's Patent Booths and the Self-Fashioning of Francis Bacon e Picturing the Closet, Male Secrecy and Homosexual Visibility in Britain. Então, Dominic, passo a palavra para você. A gente vai ter mais ou menos 20 minutos de apresentação de cada um dos nossos convidados. Depois a gente abre para perguntas do público. Muito obrigado.
Right, okay, everyone. Well, thank you very much, the organisers. It's delightful to be with you all here online. Of course, one of the excitements of being someone speaking part of the way into the day is that I've been busily thinking about all the exciting things that I've heard in the first couple of papers and having new thoughts about what I was going to talk about. But I mustn't have too many new thoughts, otherwise that will sort of deflect from the main points of my argument. But I will hopefully make a few references to some of the things that we've heard in the first half. And I'm just going to share my screen now. Okay, great, excellent. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about, well, I'm focusing on muscle and meat, beefcake, and it's a weird thing, you know. There are some people who really hate puns, jokes, and wordplay, and there's such an obvious one, obviously, with Francis Bacon and meat. Just simply because bacon is a kind of meat, but also it's a kind of meat that's so sort of stereotypically British. Bacon and eggs breakfast. I'm going to be, and I was bringing up that point about bacon because I'm going to be talking about meat in the context of commodities, thinking about meat as a product with a fluctuating price. I'm going to be thinking about capitalism and money, all of these things being very important, of course, in Francis Bacon's life, in terms of the large sums of money that he earned and the large sums of money that he spent, and of course the large sums of money that his paintings came to be worth over time. The other key thing, apart from commodities, that I'm going to be focusing on is the issue of fetishism. And there are a couple of major aspects to fetishism that I'm going to be mentioning. One of them is sexual fetishism, and the other one is something called commodity fetishism. This is where these concepts actually get tied in together. And all of those things will crop up as we go through the presentation, and it will hopefully all become clear. Now, this is a very materialist discussion, right? So I'm thinking about, well, obviously there's Bacon paintings as objects, which are then bought and sold. But I'm also very interested in thinking about the items that he includes in his paintings as objects. And it's quite an interesting one, that, because there's a sort of repertoire of Bacon themes that you find in a lot of these pictures. There are the men with or without clothes. There are men in suits. There are umbrellas. There are sides of meat. There's certain kinds of furniture. There's a kind of repeated sense of quite a lot of the same images coming up. And I think that's also interesting to think about in terms of a tension between the individual item, the individual creation of the painting, and also a sense of living in a world of mass commodities, of mass production, of interchangeable things, and in fact, disposable things. Now, this material focus, one justification for having that in relation to Francis Bacon is thinking about his original career as a designer. And not many of his objects survive. There's a small collection of them in the MB Art Foundation in Monaco, such as this mirror-topped table. And I think that one thing is, well, a couple of things are quite interesting about it. If you observe the tubular and curved forms of that table, we'll go on to see that things that look rather like that appear in not a few Bacon paintings. Another thing that's, I think, quite interesting about this object is the business of it being mirror-topped, which is actually quite an unusual thing to actually have your table mirror-topped. And it does something interesting about how you interact with a piece of furniture like that, because what it does is it reflects you when you're looking down into it, which in a sense incorporates you into the object itself. Having a mirror in that way slightly blurs this object and the figures who are around it. And that's going to be a major theme as I go on to discuss of a blurring in Bacon's work between what is an object and what is a subject, what is a figure and what is an object, and what is interchangeable and what can be bought and sold. So if we look at Bacon's figure painting, Bacon's painting 1946, and we think about this as an assemblage of material objects, well, for a start, there's a sort of a mixture of tubular railings and curves around the front and bottom of it, which seems to be, well, it should be familiar by now, right? We have some carpet, we have an umbrella, we have various bits of meat with different cuts of meat, and meat, of course, is sold in different cuts, whether they're side or their legs and all this sort of stuff. And we have the figure in the suit. Now, in slightly more formal terms, it's kind of a sort of a crucifixion. We have our sides of meat, our flayed meat, evoking a figure who's strung up with the arms across, and we have a figure at the foot of the crucifixion as well. So, okay, so again, think about how this operates in terms of figures around a sort of furniture structure, and how they are actually sort of put together. Imaginatively put together, a little bit like a still life. I'm just trying to deflect this slightly away from the sense that we're looking at a piece of figure painting. We're thinking in kind of really quite materialist terms. But of course, one of the things that he does is a lot of the objects are not clearly differentiated from each other in visual terms. They have and that's part of the excitement of it, of the way that the darkness functions to blur the boundaries between what exactly is an umbrella, the shade between an umbrella, the shoulder of a man's suit, and perhaps the darkness of the inside of a corpse and all this sort of thing. So we have distinct objects, but ones that slightly sickeningly blur into one another, so you're not quite sure how they're distinct or whether they are distinct. And I want to contrast that one with this one, which is very obviously not a Francis Bacon painting, but it's Francis Bacon material. So this is by a gentleman who, Stuart Ray, who was studying in art school in the 1930s in London, became a teacher in Walthamstow in the Technical College in the 1950s, retired 1983. I mean, his life in terms of dates, it still roughly parallels Bacon's life. Here we've got Smithfield Market. Smithfield Market's a meat market in London. It's where big lumps of animal are, chopped up, bought, sold, hung around on racks. Often quite by large, hefty men, because it's quite heavy work. So you can see why someone like Bacon would have been quite interested in all of this sort of thing. Now, in the Stuart Ray version of it, the commodity nature of the sides of meat is made quite clear in that they are hung very separately from the male figures that are standing around. The male figures have immaculately white and unblood-stained outfits. It's very, very clear that they're differentiated from the subjects looking at the pieces of meat that are the objects. And this is a way that you can keep your sort of commodities under control. They're under control of rational, white-coated experts. This is not what happens in the Bacon paintings, where the commodities are not under control. This is part of the kind of the fear and excitement that he generates. Now, meat packing districts. So London had its meat packing district in Smithfield, and so did New York. And in New York, it was called the meat packing district. This is a film that I saw just earlier this year, really interesting film about trans sex workers in the meatpacking district who worked the streets in the 1990s through into the early 21st century. And in that film, it makes a very clear read across from the notion of the buying and selling of meat products. Literally meat that's going to be consumed in restaurants, but also this is a place of the right nearby the buying and selling of sexual services, of bodies, also known as meat. And in this particular case, just like in Smithfield, these are very, how can I put this? These are kind of rather countercultural spaces. They're very smelly around the meat markets. They're not always, the refrigeration is not always perfect. It's not an area where, it took a long time to gentrify, right? And that's the reason why you had a lot of kind of sex workers working the streets around that area in New York. Now, moving back to London, we have London's meat rack. And so with this slide here, I was originally going to show you on the right-hand side a page from a diary. It was a gay man's diary. I'm writing an article in History Workshop Journal about him. He was but basically he basically spent about a third of his income through the 50s and 60s on buying sexual services. But I then realized that these diaries are not in the public domain. So actually, I better not actually just just have it. Anyway, so I basically had to cover up the picture. But I've done that, a little bit of kind of camp theatricality to give you a bit of censorship feel. At the bottom, you can say it says July 1963, the meat rack. It's a picture of Piccadilly. So Piccadilly Circus in the West End of London is but one corner of Soho. And right the way through the 20th century, it was a center for basically, well, all sorts of sexual pickups and assignations. It was around a statue. There's a photo on the left there of Anteros, popularly known as Eros, which is like basically a naked young man with wings. And the area around it was known, as you can see, popularly in queer circles as the meat rack. The other thing I put up here is just to show you, looking forward, how these comparisons continued into the 1980s. This is where a newspaper says a social worker was put on charge for running a gay vice ring from the Burger Bar in London's Piccadilly Circus, and window shoppers were asked to choose from youngsters on offer. So, you know, you can either pick up some kind of meat burger, or you can pick up your meat youth, in effect, at Piccadilly. Now, this reading backwards and forwards between, you know, commodified, thinking about the mass production of corpses of animals and the mass production of human bodies, is something quite widespread in kind of popular culture in the 1940s. I've got an article in Visual Culture in Britain about this. Lilliput magazine reading a cross between dead mutton and live beef. Now, this kind of commodity culture gets critiqued by the members of the early pop art community in London. For example, in Hamilton's Just What Is It That Makes Today's Home So Different, So Appealing, which is a 1956 collage, which was produced to promote the This Is Tomorrow exhibition at the Whitechapel Gallery. In this particular case, we have some kind of left-wing artistic critique, and also making artistic material out of mass culture and capitalist mass culture. In this case, particularly American mass culture. I wrote another piece in Visual Culture in Britain about this. And basically, the figure of the muscle guy is clipped out of physique pictorial magazines, which we've already heard about. And John McHale brought those back to London, and Richard Hamilton clipped them out and used them in here. So I've talked about commodities. I need to just flag up here what commodity fetishism is, and why that matters. So commodity fetishism, it's based on a really a Western-centric and racist approach to non-Western religions. Originally, a fetish was supposedly a sort of a religious symbol of African tribes people, which Western sailors, including Portuguese ones, regarded as being, you know, ridiculous little trinkets that local people believed had religious power. And they called these things fetishes. This idea then goes through into Marx, and Marx applies this to the notion of commodities under capitalism. And this is the idea that under the capitalist system, all sorts of weird and, to him, irrational beliefs grow up about the supposed value of particular commodities within a system of capitalism and exchange. The third way that fetishism actually is used in critique in the 19th century is particularly to explain varieties of sexual deviation. So the idea here is that someone's attention wanders off from the body of the person of some of the opposite sex onto something else where it shouldn't be. So it focuses, for example, on a piece of clothing rather than on the body, and starts to eroticize that. It gives it, again, a kind of fake value that it shouldn't really have. In French thought, by the way, fetishism was a major explanation that was used to explain homosexuality, or inversion as they referred to it then, which was supposedly men became so, quote, effeminate men became so interested in women's material culture that they actually started to, in effect, identify with it, and started to take on the attributes of women. So it's quite a strange way of explaining what, say, male or female homosexuality is, but it was a fetishistic theory of how this all worked. So think primitive energies. Now, of course, Bacon is interested in primitive energies and doesn't want to sort of shy away from them, really wants to engage with them and feel those forces, right? In later pop art, commodity fetishism and sexual fetishism are actually aligned together in pieces like Alan Jones's Chair of 1969, enormously controversial. Obviously, people here were not at all sure whether this actually reproduced patriarchy. After all, it's inviting you to sit on this woman, or whether it is actually a piece of dramatic critique of the subjugation of women. And it's been a very controversial piece ever since. Thinking of furniture and materials and objects, I was looking through when I wrote another book called Freak to Chic, and it was gay, in inverted commas, gay men in and out of fashion after Oscar Wilde. It was basically gay used to mean happy, but it becomes used in an innuendo term with sort of sexual connotations from the interwar period onwards. And I was reading through, as you do, various fashion magazines and Style for Men, where, for example, I discovered that mannequins and busts could look like that. Tubular limbed forms with sort of bulbous bits of body. Now, I'm not in this presentation doing a kind of, oh, you know, I found something that looks just like a Francis Bacon painting, and therefore, you know, oh, Francis Bacon must have seen something like that Style for Men model, and then it went into his, you know, I'm not talking about that. But what I'm talking about is something about the general visual culture of the times, the kind of things that could be seen, that could be depicted. Sort of, you know, bulbous forms of bodies, tubular elements of furniture or of mannequins or hat stands, which might inform the way in which Bacon might have seen a crucifixion like this, along with obviously Renaissance and medieval kind of models. Now, my final couple of points are to do with how religion then ties into all of this. Because as you know, from my introduction, with the introduction of me, I work on, you know, religion and sexuality together quite often. So as Bacon look back in time, I can look back in time. Again, this is not a Francis Bacon knew this image business. It's illustrating a point, which is that in Britain, there was a very strong tradition of anti-Catholicism from the Reformation. And Francis Bacon, growing up between Ireland and Britain, would have been particularly aware of this. And by and large, the attitude of British Protestants towards Catholic visual and material culture was that it was, well, it was exotic, strange, perverse, and very fetishistic in both commodity terms and also sexual terms. So I can go into that in questions, but for example, if you look in 19th century satire, in things like Punch magazine, they regularly are making jokes about Roman Catholic churches being like lumber shops or being like interior decorators' showrooms and all this sort of stuff. They're constantly sort of suggesting that it's just some giant material racket. They're also constantly coming up with all sorts of sexual innuendo about whatever Catholic monks and nuns and priests are getting up with each other. Now here, we've got an 18th century parody by Hogarth of Francis Dashwood worshipping Venus, or at least eyeing up a little Venus, basically where St. Francis would have been staring at a crucifix. And that makes us think about, back to our crucifixions and crucifixes. What have you got in material culture terms? You haven't literally got a figure on the wall. You've got a statue that is nailed to a wooden cross, which after all is what a crucifix is. You've got something that slightly weirdly blurs between being a representation of a person and then being an actual piece of furniture. And you have something which could be viewed by anti-Catholics as being weirdly kind of fetishistic. And after all, a lot of crucifixes were, they were young men without very many clothes on, essentially. So let's just move to the last couple of slides. So we've talked about whatever is on the crucifix, but then we've also got the business of what is at the bottom of the crucifix, these figures at the base of a crucifixion. And they, sorry, just jumped ahead of myself there. Yeah. So the first thing is to say, well, I mean, on that left-hand one, again, it looks a little bit like my bent over mannequin model from 1934, but leaving that to one side, one thing that's really interesting about this is, what are these things? They're a bit human, they're a bit animal, they look a bit like bits of animal, they also look like bits of furniture. So the one in the middle appears to have legs that look a little bit like an easel coming out of it. The one on the right very definitely have something that looks like a table leg that comes straight out of it. Again, you've got what I was talking about before of that weird sort of slightly sickly blurring. I'm using sickly just to use it because it's an emotion that comes up in my mind. It's not a scientific statement of blurring between the human, the animal, and the object, between humans and obviously various kinds of meat in this particular case. So let's pull this together in terms of what is he trying to do, or one of the things that he's trying to do with all of this. So I've suggested in another of my books, which is called Picturing the Closet, that the police in 20th century Britain often went around looking for the signs of the homosexual, the deviant, the invert, whatever words they were using, the sodomite, in order to try and lock them up. The one on the left is from a police raid from the 1920s of a bedroom. And it's presented as evidence that unnatural acts have taken place there. The rumpled bed, there's the chair, there's a pair of shoes by the bed, there's an umbrella. In this case, I think it's probably meant to be a kind of, quote, oriental lantern, which gives the room a red glow, which, as they say in the notes. But you read, and then you've got the blank walls, and it's a very tight, enclosed private space. And you read from this material culture assemblage what must have happened. In the other two, we have what looks, in one case, like you can hardly see this figure at all. Hat, coat, flowers. In the second one, the figure has kind of emerged. It's like a figure at the base of a crucifixion. It's a kind of bulbous body-like thing here with a kind of orifice. A mouth, which is very much an orifice, makes you think about the other end of the bent over body and perhaps thinking about, bending over and sodomy and all this kind of stuff. So there are all sorts of ways that you can encode queerness, transgression, excitement into these paintings. and actually it doesn't get picked up in the way that it does get picked up if you picture your wrestling figures. So therefore, just finishing off here, you might say, well, this is how can I put this? Is it all about sex? Well, no, it's not just all about sex. But nevertheless, I think that sex and appetites and the thinking backwards and forth between, physical acts, between the money you might have to pay out to your sexual partner, to the money you might have to pay out for blackmail. These were very, very present things for queer men in the mid-20th century. And these could be all things that help to stir that very rich mix of things that makes Bacon's paintings so, how can I put this? They're fascinating, often alarming, but fascinating. Okay, thank you very much. Just stop my share.
Muito obrigado, Dominic. Muito interessante ouvir, enfim, sobre toda essa cultura visual que informa o imaginário do artista, né? Bom, passando a palavra para o Richard Hornsey é professor associado em História Britânica Moderna na University of Nottingham, no Reino Unido. E seu trabalho mais recente investigou o impacto da produção em massa na cultura britânica no período entre guerras, tema do seu próximo livro. Atualmente desenvolve também um projeto financiado que visa explorar a dinâmica colonial de medicamentos sem prescrição na rede britânica de farmácias Boots the Chemists. Ele publicou o livro The Spiv and the Architect, and Early Life in Post-War London, O Vigarista e o Arquiteto, a Vida Desregrada na Londres pós-guerra, que inclui um ensaio sobre o Francis Bacon, que dá origem à apresentação dele aqui. Então, Richard, por favor.
Thank you very much, Leandro. Hello, everybody. I just want to say it's absolutely wonderful to be here at this really great event, and the work that MASP is doing is just incredible. I'm going to be, can everyone hear me okay? Is that okay? I'm going to be doing what a lot of the brilliant speakers before me have done, which is to take Francis Bacon and to place him back within the context, the aesthetic and also the social and cultural context of the particular moment in which he's working, and to see where that goes. So I'll be doing the same thing, I guess, as that Dominic's just done, of starting with Bacon and then moving off to look at various other visual economies before coming back with some sort of conclusion. So let me just start sharing my screen. Bear with me a second, everybody. Hang on. Okay, is that working? Great, okay. So this paper has got Bacon's heads in the title. I'm only going to talk about a couple of, on purpose, I'm only talking about a very restrictive set of Francis Bacon's images. But I'm going to start this talk not by talking about Bacon's heads, but with a much later image. Hang on, where is this going? Okay. Plate 40, taken from David Sylvester's seminal book, Interviews with Francis Bacon, which was first published in 1975. Now, as Michael Permeate has noted, Sylvester's interviews marked a watershed moment in Bacon's career, securing his reputation as the leading post-war British painter and providing candid insights that would structure the critical reception of his work for many years to come. And this is something that Simon in the first talk alluded to. The book was, according to its cover blurb, quote, a unique statement of Bacon's aims as a painter, the ways in which he works, and about his life. Yet this plate, which was entitled Photographs of Bacon Taken by Himself in Automatic Booths, contained the only photos of the artist to be included in the book. It thus carried a lot of semantic weight. Unlike most of the book's images, these photo booth strips were not explicitly referred to in any of the interviews, but they hung over the written text and clearly shared its tone. The interviews were presented as an overheard conversation between friends, and these strips promised the same kind of intimate revelation. As photographs of Bacon, taken by Bacon for his own private usage, they proffered something more authentic and personal than a publicity photograph, and something more direct than the self-portrait on the cover. A sense of candor that was only increased by their crumpled grubbiness and the way they seem to have just been casually cast upon the page. But what exactly was plate 40 revealing? I think, perhaps unsurprisingly, given today's agenda, that it has something to do with Bacon's sexuality and the ways in which this was obliquely but firmly presented within the interviews themselves. At the start of interview 3, Sylvester asks Bacon how he came to be a painter. Bacon mentions that he was rejected from the army, that Eric Hall had a great influence on his life, although the reader isn't told who Eric Hall was, and that he spent time as a furniture designer in the late 1920s, as we've just heard. Bacon also mentions his terrible shyness as an adolescent, describing himself as, quote, a late starter in everything. Sylvester then asks whether Bacon's obsession with Velázquez's Pope Innocent X might be rooted in his relationship with his father, the Pope being Il Papa in Italian. Sylvester continues, and what were your feelings towards your father? Well, I disliked him, but I was sexually attracted to him when I was young. When I first sensed it, I hardly knew it was sexual. It was only later, through the grooms and the peoples in the stables I had affairs with, that I realised that it was a sexual thing towards my father. This bit of dialogue, mimicking that between a psychoanalyst and his patient, is the only place within the interviews that Bacon's queerness was made explicit. The effect on the reader is not one so much of shock, but of suspicions confirmed. All those suggestive ambiguities from earlier in the interview are now cleared up. Yes, reader, you were right. He is a homosexual. But equally importantly, Sylvester then lets the matter lie. Amongst all those painterly aims, working methods, and aspects of his life that the pair discuss, Bacon's sexuality is never properly won. Perhaps it's not surprising that Sylvester moved on so quickly. As Simon Ophel Kerr reminded us this morning, there was a historic tension between Bacon's queerness and his claim to be taken seriously as a major fine artist. In particular, Bacon's interwar success as an interior designer, a notably queer profession, fed into post-war debates about whether his paintings were serious art or merely superficial decoration. And given the strategic role of these interviews in constructing Bacon's public reputation, it is understandable that Sylvester didn't delve too deeply. Yet this tension, and the role of plate 40 within it, is interesting, I think, because of its strange parallels with a much earlier moment in Bacon's career. In November 1949, Bacon's first solo exhibition opened at the Hanover Gallery in Mayfair, a wealthy and largely upper-class part of West London. In preparation for this show, Bacon painted a series of 6 canvases named simply Heads 1 to 6. In each canvas, a male head appears to be collapsing in a confined and shallow space that is frequently marked off by a blue-grey curtain at the back. Now, what struck me when I first saw these paintings in a book was how much they resemble photo booth images in their framing. They're largely monochrome palette, and they're often frontal lighting. This impression was further enhanced by their anonymity, as well as by their explicit seriality. Head 2, for instance, is edged on 3 sides by a frame of black paint that directly prefigures the irregular border that the photo booth would give Bacon's own self-image 15 or so years later, whilst Head 6 is even enclosed within a rectangular structure that now recalls the familiar architecture of the photo booth itself, less a photo booth portrait of a man than a portrait of a man having his photo taken in the photo booth. Now, to be clear, this is not a claim that these heads were based on or influenced by photo booth images. This is not a causal art historical claim. While some of Bacon's later self-portraits do seem derived from such photographs, these ones from 1974 perhaps, the head series is probably too early. However, it does seem notable that at 2 major moments of Bacon's self-presentation in public, his first major exhibition in 1949, and the publication of the interviews in 1975, similar imagery should emerge. As Bacon told a reporter from Time magazine in 1949, quote, "The heads are just an attempt to make a certain type of feeling visual. Painting is the pattern of one's own nervous system being projected onto canvas." And I want to suggest that with both the heads and plate 40, we see Bacon visually exploring the paradox of trying to present himself as both a credible artist and as a queer man within the cultural climate of post-war Britain. Now, to explore this further, we need to zoom right back out and explore that wider post-war climate and the more general place of queer men within it. In 1949, the same year as Bacon's show, the sociologist T.H. Marshall argued that Britain had embraced a new form of social citizenship, in which all individuals, regardless of income and economic class, now had the right to participate equally in the social and cultural heritage of the nation. And we can see this in things like the creation of the welfare state and the National Health Service. We can see it in creations like the Arts Council with its philosophy of bringing art to everybody, regardless of class. And we can see it in the optimistic vistas of Britain's town planners and things like the Festival of Britain, which is the image in the middle. The sociologist Marshall remained critical of this apparently more equitable society. He argued that cultural inclusivity was being used to justify and distract from continued economic difference. But he had successfully identified a new social and cultural vision based on the twin principles of formal equality and civic participation. During the 1950s, the place of queer men within this civic vision became the source of controversy and debate, as we've already heard a bit about today. On the one hand, tabloid journalists, magistrates, and concerned politicians colluded to produce a moral panic around so-called male vice. This reworked the tropes of late Victorian sensationalist journalism to present queer men as a malignant social evil. Here it transpired a generation of vulnerable adolescents cast adrift in British cities were falling prey to richer, older perverts who offered them cash or presents and then seduced them into a life of corrupted debauchery. To many, such stories were vindicated by the increased number of men being arrested in London's public toilets and parkland, and reached something of a climax with the so-called Montague trials of spring 1954, which again we've touched on this morning, when Lord Montague of Beaulieu, Michael Pitt Rivers, and the journalist Peter Wildeblood were convicted of gross indecency with a pair of younger airmen that they had picked up in Piccadilly Circus, as Dominic has already told us about today. What's significant here is the basic understanding of queer male sexuality as a set of behaviours which could be made visible by policemen and evidenced in court. Male perverts were defined by what they did, and it was this behaviour that had to be brought to light and punished. So how were queer criminals made visible? One clear signifier with particular pertinence to Bacon was the presence of cosmetics on a man's face. A trace of rouge on a cheek or a hint of lipstick on a mouth was often cited in court as tangible evidence of a man's intent to seduce, quote, normal men into sex. And as Matt Holbrook has documented, even the presence of a powder puff or a lipstick in a man's coat pocket might be enough to secure a conviction. Other, even more ephemeral signifiers of queerness existed at the level of facial expression. In 1954, a number of Metropolitan Police officers gave testimony to the Wolfenden Committee, a government body set up to recommend on how best to solve this new problem of homosexuality. Commander Robertson of A Division gave this account about working undercover in a public lavatory. Quote, "The methods adopted by the suspect vary, but generally they follow the same pattern. They stand next to a young, likely person whom they think they may get some encouragement from, and they look up into his face and smile at him. They look down at his person, and if there is any reaction, they may be lucky in striking someone who is of the same mind as themselves. They go somewhere else to complete whatever they intend to do." Later that afternoon, PC Darlington of B Division offered a similar account. "These people come in, they stand there, and there are 3 or 4 or more, and you are all standing there, and it is deathly quiet. There is no sound of anybody urinating at all. You see these men, they start to look about them and give each other the glad eye. They nod their head and sometimes speak and reach out and touch one another, and practically everyone you see will be masturbating himself. Like the rouged cheeks and reddened lips of the made-up pervert, many of these signs of criminal queerness emanated from a man's face, which could be documented as evidence and used to establish guilt in court. The glad eye, the furtive smile, the nod of the head, the looking about. Against this dominant understanding of queerness as a set of criminal corporeal signifiers, a second coalition of more liberal voices offered an alternative account. This sought to assimilate queer men into the post-war vision of social citizenship and renewal. Sociologists, novelists, and the personal pleas of self-confessed, quote, homosexuals promoted a more enlightened understanding that they hoped would lead to tolerance and legislative reform. Key here was the discourse of scientific experts, psychiatrists or criminologists who had worked with queer offenders and who now stepped forward to argue their social case. Homosexuality, these experts claimed, was less accurately a set of behaviours than a psychological condition, a pre-existing configuration of erotic desires that had already been determined before a boy had reached the age of 5. This account didn't challenge the moral thrust of tabloid discourse. Queer activity in public was still abhorrent and needed to be quashed for the good of society, but it did alter its civic politics. Perversion was no longer the result of an older man's seduction, a lapsarian fall into a life of debauchery. Instead, since a man's sexual proclivities had been decided long ago in childhood, any youth engaging in queer sex acts was probably already a homosexual. He just hadn't acted upon those desires up until that point. By refusing to equate illegal queer activity with, quote, homosexuality per se, reformers opened up a space of potential reconciliation. For whilst a homosexual might engage in degraded pickups and public sex, he might also turn away from such activity and seek fulfillment in the privacy of his own home with a faithful, lifelong partner. This was, in effect, an attempt to create a model of homosexual citizenship, a blueprint for how a man's queerness might not disrupt the respectable social democratic community at the heart of the post-war vision. Instead, it might become successfully assimilated into that social vision. Soon after his release from jail, the journalist Peter Wildeblood, who was one of the 3 men convicted during the Montagu trials, gave his own evidence to the Wolfenden Committee. One of only 3 self-proclaimed homosexuals to do so, he firmly promoted the reformist agenda, offering an account of homosexuality as a psychological condition. This required him to make a firm distinction in front of the committee between what he called glandular inverts, those effeminate men who haunted the city's streets in lipstick and rouge, and, quote, proper homosexuals like himself, who were publicly undetectable because their desires were invisible. In a book-length version of his evidence entitled Against the Law, on the screen, Wildeblood wrote, "Everyone has seen the pathetically flamboyant pansy with the flapping wrists, the common butt of music hall jokes and public house stories. Most of us are not like that. We do our best to look like everyone else, and we usually succeed. That is why nobody realizes how many of us there are. I know many hundreds of homosexuals, and not more than half a dozen would be recognized by a stranger for what they are. If anything, they dress more soberly and behave more conventionally in public than the, quote, normal men I know. They have to, if they are to avoid suspicion." The genuine homosexual, then, was invisible in public. By following normative codes of public decency and comportment, he kept his desires hidden in the twin private spaces of his home and his psyche. The Wolfenden Committee would go on to endorse this model when it recommended in 1957 that homosexual acts between 2 consenting men over the age of 21 should be decriminalised, as long as they took place in private. But herein lay the fatal paradox. Homosexuals, as homosexuals, were being made publicly acceptable for the first time in Britain, but only on condition that they refrained from expressing the one thing through which their acceptance was now defined, i.e., their homosexuality. How then could this legitimate homosexuality make itself visible in post-war society when the basic condition of its acceptance was its invisibility? Bacon's 1949 Head series and Plate 40, produced at two crucial moments of public self-presentation, seem to wrestle with just this question. They do this, I think, because both sets of images engage, to varying degrees, with the formal aesthetics of citizenship itself, as best represented in post-war Britain by the passport photograph. When in 1914, the British Nationality and Status of Aliens Act codified the modern British passport, it integrated a photograph of its bearer into the document's design. Early passport photographs such as these were taken by professional studio photographers and gesture back to bourgeois cartes de visite of the second half of the 19th century. Yet as a bureaucratic technology invented to visually identify the bearer, they gestured more formally to the Bertillonage system of criminal identification as used by European police forces since the 1880s. As John Tagg has noted, this kind of bureaucratic photography required its subjects to address the camera in a particular way. Quote, "The bodies were taken one by one, isolated in a shallow contained space, turned full face, and subjected to an unreturnable gaze." The ideal was to create in front of the camera what Tagg described as, quote, "a clear space of unobstructed lines of sight, open to vision and to supervision." In its architecture, the automatic photo booth inherited this bureaucratic logic. The first photomatons arrived in the UK in the mid-1920s, only 5 or so years after the modern British passport. They began life as a novelty and were most often found at fairgrounds and at the seaside. To be photographed by a machine was an experience which also produced a memorable keepsake of a fun day out. But the cheap accessibility and mechanical speed on which photomatons were premised required standardized, simple images. The only decorative embellishment, if there was one, was a plain cloth backdrop. In 1955, the London Underground's first photo booth appeared in Baker Street Tube Station, a watershed moment that marked the beginning of the photo booth's real ascendancy in Britain. After the founding of Photo Me Studios Limited in 1958, they quickly became ubiquitous in towns and cities, at railway stations, bus depots, and other sites where human traffic made them commercially viable. Why did photo booths become such a sudden phenomenon in the later 1950s? One answer is the rising tide of affluence. More people could afford to go abroad on package holidays, and so more people needed a passport photograph. But on a more abstract level, the photo booth clearly accorded with the dominant ethos of the early post-war decades. As we have learned from T.H. Marshall, the hegemonic social vision was based on a new notion of citizenship. People of all classes were now entitled to share and participate in the cultural heritage of the nation. The automatic photo booth not only produced images that made you look like a citizen, but it was ubiquitous, cheap, accessible, and self-directed. It resonated with the democratic, participatory ethos of the new civic society, gesturing, via its generic, standardized format, to the wider social community of all other photo booth users. For those on the cultural fringes, the photo booth became a mechanism to explore the performative limits of post-war citizenship. Take, for instance, this poster for the Beatles film, A Hard Day's Night, released in 1964. The central grid of 32 portraits clearly references photo booth strips, even if the side lighting shows the photos to have really been taken in a studio. On one level, the poster offers a joyful celebration of post-war modernity and the new mobility that has allowed 4 working-class lads from Liverpool to disrupt the pre-war hierarchies of British culture. It is also a very democratic image. Its simple photo booth styling, head and shoulders against a plain backdrop, could be easily replicated by any Beatles fan or film goer with a couple of shillings to spare in almost any British town centre. But at the same time, this poster also subverts the aesthetic form on which it relies. The single image that seems most accordant with the normative aesthetics of citizenship, i.e., which looks most like a passport photograph, is actually of Wilfred Bramble, the actor who plays Paul McCartney's grandfather in the film. He alone addresses the camera simply and head-on, adopting the kind of enigmatic semi-smile required by bureaucratic technologies of recognition. Around him, the band pull goofy faces, threatening our ability to recognize who, and creating a sense of mop-topped interchangeability that blurs the four band members into a hybrid called the Beatles. This is also, of course, a generational joke. Paul's granddad addresses the camera in the way he's meant to, while the Beatles muck about, refusing to submit to the camera's authority. As representatives of the younger generation, they turn their pseudo-photo booth into a space of play and experimentation. They exploit the photo booth's lack of directing photographer and use inauthentic facial expressions as a subversive tool to explore multiple performances of self that fracture the unitary citizen at the heart of passport photography. It's instructive to compare the A Hard Day's Night poster with Plate 40 from Sylvester's interviews, whose photo booth strips were roughly coterminous. Bacon too is clearly testing the limits of the apparatus and the ways in which its sitter can deviate from the sanctioned conventions of citizen portraiture. But these are not the confident heterosexual subversions of John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Bacon instead seems awkward and evasive. He appears physically uncomfortable, as if caught in a space in which he can't quite settle. He refuses to meet the camera's gaze and submissively looks downward. He shifts his body around the booth, pulling himself in and out of focus, as if trying to escape into the dimly lit margins of the image. His turned up collar becomes a gesture of concealment, an attempt to evade the scrutiny of the lens, and he also seems very much alone. No laughing friends have joined him in the cramped space of the booth. No photos have been snipped off any of the strips to give to a lover as a keepsake. Sylvester's reproduction of these portraits thus casts a connotative queerness over Bacon's life that it never makes explicit. Following many of the tropes attached to homosexuals in post-war popular culture, we get an image of isolation, loneliness, and restlessness, an evasive discomfort in what should be an urban, fun-filled technology. But there is also, I want to argue, something more profound going on here, which links these photo booth strips back to Bacon's 1949 Head series as part of his ongoing struggle to present himself to the art world public as both a serious, important artist and as a queer man. And to explain this, I want to briefly return to Peter Wildeblood, convicted friend of Lord Montagu and self-confessed homosexual advocate. In March 1954, at the height of the Montagu trial, the Daily Mirror newspaper printed this photograph of Wildeblood wearing evening wear, which the editor had retouched to make it look like he was wearing lipstick. Although this tuxedo already had queer connotations, the darkening of Wildeblood's lips suggests the Mirror's anxiety that Wildeblood's criminal queerness was just not legible enough on his body. The paper thus fell back on the same visual vocabulary as the police and the law courts, a citational catalogue of painted lips, rouged cheeks, glad eyes, and leering smiles by which homosexual men could be made visible before the law. A year later, in his book Against the Law, Peter Wildeblood claimed that these press exposés had in fact been a form of liberation. I was able at last to move out of a false position and take up a true one. There was no need for further pretense. I could discard the mask, which had been such a burden to me all my life. We can think of Wildeblood's discarded mask in two different ways. On one level, it is clearly meant as the mask of it is clearly meant to be the mask of heterosexual passing, of having to pretend to be a normal man in public. Now that his secret was out, he could face the world as an authentic homosexual. But as such, the discarded mask was also the one constructed by the police and papers like the Mirror, which reduced homosexual men to a composite of darkened lips, rouged cheeks, leering smiles, and glad eyes. Since homosexuals looked like normal men, this mask too had now been rendered obsolete by Wildeblood's public self-disclosure. Or as he put it, when the searchlights of the law were turned onto my life, only a part of it was illuminated. It will be my task, therefore, to turn on more lights, revealing, in place of the blurred and shadowy figure of the newspaper photographs, a man differing from other men in only one respect. This fully illuminated, authentic wild blood finally found pictorial form in the small photograph on the back cover of the Penguin paperback edition of Against the Law from 1957. On the one hand, this image is filled with connotation. Wild blood was trying to repackage himself as a serious intellectual. His chin rests gravely on his fist in a pose too reminiscent of Rodin's Thinker, while his heavy brow and stony stare exaggerate the torments of living in an unjust society. But aside from this forced theatricality, this photograph also suffered from a deeper structural weakness which it could never overcome. Here is Peter Wildeblood, author of Against the Law, whose new respectability and claim to citizenship is inextricable from his constitutive homosexuality. But as much as Wildeblood's photo might resemble a passport photograph or a photo booth portrait in its most proper form, his linguistic discourse provided no interpretive structure through which his homosexuality might become visible. Here, finally, was the true face of a genuine homosexual, but one, according to the internal text, that was entirely indistinguishable from the heterosexuals around him. Yet this was also not the mask of heterosexual passing. Thus, there was simply nowhere in this image to locate that sexual difference. If we, as readers, want to see a queer man in this image, then we have to make recourse to the only visual vocabulary that was historically available. Wildeblood's homosexuality dissolves back into an aggregate of already known queer iterations. A pair of staring eyes, just a little too desperate perhaps, a theatrical fist disavowing its own limpness, the mysterious name of Lotta Meitner Graf, who may or may not signify a connection to the queer excesses of interwar Germany. This was then the only means by which Wildeblood's homosexuality could ever be visualized in post-war Britain. As much as he laid claim to the expressionless composer of The Citizen, his face is perpetually pulled apart into a set of significant details, centrifugally dissolving under that hermeneutics of suspicion that could alone render his homosexuality visible. It is striking that 6 years before Against the Law, reviewers of Bacon's Hanover show used precisely this language to describe his anonymous male heads. According to reviewers, these figures were dissolving under the weight of the paint, decomposing before the viewer into an unstable composite of discrete and disconnected facial features. Wyndham Lewis in The Listener wrote of, quote, the shouting creatures in glass cases, these dissolving ganglia the size of a small fist, in which one can always discern the shouting mouth, the wild, distended eye. And this trope was still being used in 1971, when John Russell claimed that the heads revealed the disintegration of the social being which takes place when one is alone in a room, which has no looking glass, in which we may well feel that the accepted hierarchy of our faces is collapsing, and that we are by turns all teeth, all eye, all ear, all nose. It is tempting to relate these canvases to Bacon's own experience on the streets of London. On one level, his highly cultivated self-image exploited those same citations of queer visibility, the painted eyes, the painted lips, the glad eyes, that affronted assimilationist reformers such as Wildeblood. Yet when he strayed beyond the bohemian milieu of Soho and Fitzrovia and into the more respectable environs of Mayfair's Hanover Gallery, he must have felt more keenly the tensions within this mode of queer embodiment. Heads 1 to 6, painted in anticipation of this event, might be read as an early articulation of the paradox around presenting visually a legitimate homosexuality, a paradox that united, for all their polarity, Bacon's form of defiant posturing and Wildeblood's form of polite assimilationism. As suggested by Wildeblood's own collapse when he left the verbal terrain of personal biography and entered the visual arena of the everyday media, homosexuality could either remain invisible or else necessarily dissolve back into the glad eyes, flapping wrists, and other prostheses of criminal queer citation. Bacon's portraits might just articulate the basic contradiction of early post-war queer self-presentation, forever oscillating between opposing poles of coherence and disintegration. And I'm stopping there. Thank you very much for listening, folks.
Bom, obrigado, Richard. Acho que foi muito interessante também trazer esses dados assim da realidade social, jurídica e tudo mais para essa conversa. É, lembrando a todo mundo que estiver assistindo que pode mandar as perguntas pelo chat no YouTube do Museu. Mas tem algo que a gente estava conversando aqui enquanto a gente esperava para começar, que eu acho interessante trazer para o público, que eu acho que vocês fizeram alguns comentários muito interessantes, que é a questão da cor no trabalho do Bacon, né? Como isso, ao mesmo tempo, tem toda uma realidade específica ali, de uma lógica interna da obra, mas também se conecta com todos esses aspectos sociais que vocês estavam trazendo. Então, se vocês quiserem compartilhar algumas das nossas impressões prévias, pode ser legal. Quem quer começar? Dominic, para a gente manter a mesma dinâmica?
Cool. Yes, absolutely. So I think there's something interesting about the notion of being referred to as being colorful, a colorful character. So in the mid 20th century, there were a wide range of different sort of euphemisms and innuendos that could be used to talk about people or to speculate about people. And sometimes we can lose sight of that because we get very, very fixed on what is an identity category and who was clearly identified as this or that or whatever. And in this kind of atmosphere of sort of kind of gossip and rumor and supposition, referring to someone as being, for example, musical or theatrical or artistic or colorful could be used to indicate in relation to men that there was something sort of sexually complicated going on, or that they were in some way queer. And so I've been doing some other work, which is basically looking at the way in which students who are of color, because identified as not white, and were actually referred to as colorful in all sorts of ways. So it wasn't just that their skin was regarded as being colorful, they were seen to wear clothes that were unusually colorful. They would use language that was sort of flamboyant and colorful and all this kind of stuff. So when you go to Bacon, you've got something quite interesting about him, because in a way he slightly does fit part of the the glandular homosexual, if you see what I mean. He is, I mean, he does camp, right? In various ways. I know it's a slippery category, but he does camp in terms of his speech, calling people in his circle by men by their women's names and all this kind of stuff. And he uses makeup. He touches up the color of his hair. He sort of smears makeup on his face. There's sort of stuff where he almost sort of practices swirling paints on his face, interchangeably, and sometimes swirling kind of cosmetics on bits of paper. So he's sort of thinking backwards and forwards between cosmetics and paint. And of course, paint in your face was how people describe using cosmetics. So there's all sorts of interesting things about color which could be queer. And then, of course, there's another part of the question, which is how he uses color in his images. So color can be a very intense. When you think about, the red of blood, right? You get a very some intense, visceral kind of feeling from this. On the other hand, many of the works are, well, they're very dark. Now, one thing that's interesting about that, well, there are lots of things that are interesting about that, but I'll shut up after this so that Richard can get a word in. There's a book called Men in Black. It's about 20 years old. And it actually talks about the way in which black was used in Western culture there's ambiguities about black racially, but black as a fabric was used as a sign of authority and seriousness. I think about dark suits and all that kind of thing. So you could say in his works, he is using a lot of black to try to appear very serious and intense and kind of claim authority with that. But every so often he has this feeling of, yes, I want some really vivid, flamboyant color. But there does seem to be some kind of tension about how he uses color.
Muito bom. Richard?
Hi. Yeah, no, I was gonna reiterate some of the stuff that Dominic said, actually. I mean, in the early post-war portraits, a lot of that dark coloring, I think, has to do with the fact that photography is predominantly black and white, and because he's using photographic imagery. So predominantly things like the heads pictures that I was talking about, that monochrome palette is a kind of natural inheritance of that going on. But the thing about the red, the connection between wearing cosmetics, particularly the way that I was framing it as well, the way that cosmetics is a form of painting, and the connection between the paint on the canvas and the paint on the face, I think, is really prominently there, particularly in the smear as well. Because if you're on the streets and you see a policeman and you happen to be wearing red lipstick and you know that that's something that could put you in trouble, you do that to get rid of it as quickly as possible. You've smeared it across your face, and I think, you know, whether this is, I don't think it's a conscious thing in Bacon's thing, but I think there's something that you can about the smear, the rapid takeoff, that kind of mutability, I think, which is kind of there. And I was really struck also thinking about the pink in the picture that you showed, Dominic, the 1946 one, and how unnatural those colors are, and how the color palette, that when he does go for a strong color palette, they're very much used to signal artificiality, but also to signal, I think, domesticity, that they look like the kind of colors that you could only really get, you know, you would not get in an exterior place. You might get in a showroom, you might get in a shop window, and some of the later ones where he's beginning, I'm thinking of the ones from the 70s, where he's using these kind of semicircular backdrops that look like TV studios. I think that becomes another kind of reference point later on, that has a lot to do with color TV, actually, and a kind of, maybe a kind of pop art sensibility that's creeping in at around that time.
Muito bom, obrigado. Acho que também teve ponto que Dominic levantou no começo da fala, que eu acho que é interessante talvez vocês comentarem, que é de como vocês perceberam as mesas anteriores, né? Que questões que eu acho que os outros palestrantes trouxeram que talvez mobilizaram vocês, ou que poderiam ser comentadas aqui também. Então, deixar essa parte aberta para vocês comentarem as mesas anteriores também.
Yes. So, well, I think, well, there are lots of different things, obviously. Well, one thing that came up for me, and this is which is the mention of Cecil Beaton, and photography. So, you know, I know that there've been a whole series of articles that have been written about Francis Bacon and Cecil Beaton, and how they sort of interacted, and didn't get on very well. But there's something quite interesting here about the again, about the figure of the pansy. You know, this alleged effeminate kind of déclassé figure, wearing the makeup, the kind of man, woman, all this kind of stuff. Because I'm trying to think exactly when this is, but Noel Coward ticked off Cecil Beaton in great detail, one of the first times the two of them met, for basically behaving too much like a pansy. And, you know, there was makeup, but it was too obvious. The walk was, you know, just too sort of flamboyant, you know, all this kind of stuff. And it kind of kicked off for me something very interesting about this, the kind of tightrope, in a sense, that some of these people are, literally walking between that business about how are you true to yourself? How do you actually express yourself in your daily life? And how do you avoid embarrassing yourself and others in inverted commas, let alone, being arrested by the police? I mean, how do you conduct everyday kind of conversations? And I remember, I remember when I was at school in the 1980s, and I would get repeatedly teased for being flamboyant and using long words, and this was all kind of labeled as gay, and that was all kind of bad, and all this sort of stuff. So I thought that was really quite interesting about these creative individuals. And you have someone like, however, Bacon can play the cosmopolitan intellectual card. So in a way, people can suspect you, oh, where are you going off to, all that kind of stuff. But on the other hand, they can say, well, of course, he's just eccentric. He's not just a pansy. He's a sort of a celebrity. He's individual. He's quirky. It's a way that you can sort of get away with things by becoming a character. So I always wondered about that in relation to the different forms of self-presentation that are available. There's the assimilation one, there's the, we got to push this as an outrageous joke thing, the Julian and Sandy stuff later. There's the Quentin crisp, well, I'm dropping out of respectable society and I'm just going to do what I want. And then there's Francis Bacon, who's got this kind of, can I play on this idea? And I think he does pretty successfully. He develops a kind of cult of himself where people sort of think, oh, I'm not looking at a gay man, I'm looking at an extraordinary individual who doesn't have to play by the ordinary rules. So that's one way you could be visible and invisible at the same time.
Ótimo. Richard, algum comentário, impressão sobre as mesas anteriores?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really interesting thing. I was thinking about one thing that really struck me was the discussion that was had after Greg's paper about the problems of, I mean, if this kind of queer art history or queer agenda is about celebrating and bringing to light dynamics that have been suppressed in the past, and that we should celebrate as being sort of liberatory, what do we do with the problem of sex tourism to Morocco? And what do we do with those kind of issues around, people that we want to think of as queer pioneers also going to Morocco and buying the sexual favors of boys? And this seems very pertinent if you think about someone like Wildblood, who for a long time was being presented as being a kind of one of the pioneers of the homosexual rights movement, being one of the first people to stand up and say, I'm a homosexual, I demand to be part of society, I'm not a pervert, I can be integrated into this social vision. But at the same time, the way that he does that is by throwing everybody else under the bus. So he throws the glandular inverts under the bus, the people, that we might think more of as kind of transestors, they get thrown under the bus. He also, bisexual working class men, the kind of men that he was picking up in Piccadilly Circus, he reverses that around as well. And he says, the men that I picked up in Piccadilly Circus, I was their victim. I was the real homosexual who couldn't express himself because society didn't allow me to express my sexuality. These men who were quite straight or normal or bisexual, they pounced on me to get money because they could see the need that I had, and then they kind of cynically exploited that, which is a complete reversal of the privilege system, whereby Wildblood has the money and has the influence and can be the kind of dominant partner in that kind of situation. So I think the take home from the thing for me from this morning is the problem. I guess it's a kind of intersectional problem when you bring in issues of race and class. What does that do to those more simplistic narratives of queer liberation and the celebration of queer people for their queerness, when in fact their class and their race creates a whole load of different privileges and different structures of power that also need to be explored? Yeah.
can I just add a very quick thing there? That the diary, the diary with the photo of the meat rack from 63. So the person who wrote that he was a civil servant, so he was middle class. So he has some privilege, but he's not, super rich. And he gets beaten up regularly by people who he meets or takes back home. And he is genuinely really scared of a lot of the men that he has sex with. So it's, again, in no way do we want to negate a serious engagement with issues of abuse. But another way to reframe this is to think, British society was basically, and its laws were so abusive that they were forcing people into all sorts of situations that some of them reveled in and some of them really didn't. Where actually, and sometimes the abuse is actually in weird ways going both ways in relation to everyone who is there. And it's ways of disentangling all of that in ways which, as we've said, then become even more complicated, where you have racial othering and ethnic othering and so forth. So I do think it's very interesting. One other thing we haven't also talked about is the eroticization of power relations and the eroticization of money, actually. So there's another whole separate thing, which is where the commodities and the fetishism actually comes together, which is basically where the money itself actually becomes a turn on. And that's just to kind of nudge capitalism back into this deconstruction of class and race as well.
Sim, a gente tem tem duas perguntas do público, na verdade, mas eu acho que elas podem ser sintetizadas em uma e a gente usa ela como última pergunta para terminar aqui a nossa conversa. Pensando nas fotos de cabine do Bacon, há ali também uma tentativa de produzir uma imagem sob o controle do próprio artista. Uma vez que não há olhar e escolha de uma outra pessoa por trás da câmera, seria também uma tentativa de fugir de um retrato produzido pelo outro? Acho que isso é uma questão interessante para vocês responderem, né? Pensar essa. Enfim, inclusive pensando que é uma outra mídia que talvez seja menos conhecida da prática dele, né? Então, fique à vontade. Dominique, talvez primeiro?
Sorry, I was rather expecting that Richard was going to be a photo boothing this one. Richard, do you want to go first, and then I can?
Pode ser.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about the photo booth is that it makes you you control yourself. It's about whether you submit to doing the kind of photography that you're supposed to do in it, which we know what we do when we go in a photo booth. We know how to pose, and it's always kind of replicating a kind of Mona Lisa smile, where you don't want to be smiling because that would be an inauthentic display of an emotion. But at the same time, you don't want to look like a criminal. Roland Barthes once wrote that the photo booth always made you look like a criminal in a mugshot. It's interesting to think that he's was gay as well, so there's some kind of dynamic around that, maybe. But that you always kind of want to be you don't want to be like that, but you also don't want to be a big goofy smile, so you go for something in the middle. And I think there's something around probably freeing for artists in that there isn't that. If you're doing self-portraits in the photo booth, then you don't have that controlling photographer. But then I'm just thinking about Andy Warhol, actually, and his photo booth portraits, not only of himself, but the way that he got all his friends, like Edie Sedgwick, to go in. And I'm wondering if he instructed them. I don't know. I don't know enough about Warhol as an artist, but he was using the photo booth to photograph other people, which I think is an interesting kind of extra angle to thinking about the role of the photo booth within kind of fine art. Dominic, shall I hand to you?
Oh, yes. So the virtual mic. Yes. So I'm really glad that you brought up Warhol, because I'm also thinking about Polaroids. And so one big problem for well, not just queer people, but people in general, was the general way of getting you had to get your photographs processed. And that means handing them in to authorities. There's a chain of called Boots, which is very well known in this country. And I remember as a kid, you'd take your film along and it would go in a little packet and it'd be developed by Boots. And there was basically, you had to be very careful that you didn't photograph anything that might seem to be illegal, because otherwise they might trot along to the police with it. So in terms of being able to make images of yourself, there's an issue for queer people, for example, before Polaroids arrived, and Polaroids was rather expensive, by the way. The photo booth is very weird because in a way, it suddenly offers the opportunity of taking a photograph of yourself that it just gets developed automatically. The machine doesn't care, you know, on your sexuality. But on the other hand, the damn things are in public. And your legs are showing behind the little curtain when you actually sit down. So if someone like Bacon is uncomfortable in the photo booth, it's something about it sort of dangles that promise of a sort of liberation of, you know, kind of the auto photography, and yet it stops it. You still can't do it because, and I'm thinking here a little bit about the way the curtains go halfway down in the photo booth. Reminds me a little bit of the toilet stall doors that have that big gap at the bottom so that everyone can just check there's nothing unusual going in there. So there we go. I've managed to bring lavatories back into discussion with photo booths.
Legal. Talvez só para a gente terminar mesmo, acho que tem outro aspecto que a gente estava conversando antes que é legal de compartilhar com o público, que talvez vocês pudessem responder em uma frase, assim. Que, enfim, vocês têm muitos pontos de contato na pesquisa de vocês, mas tem diferenças metodológicas, né? Cada um opera em um sentido, né? A gente estava falando do Dominic mais circular a obra e do Richard partir da obra para fazer análises sociais. Então, talvez vocês pudessem comentar a percepção da pesquisa do outro, assim, em uma frase, duas, para a gente finalizar e passar para a próxima mesa. Dominic, talvez? Richard, quem se candidata?
Okay, Richard, me, you.
I'll go first. I really like it. This is going to sound like a fanboy thing, but I really like the way that Dominic I like the circularity of Dominic's paper and the layering and the nuances. I think where I probably went out and did one big loop, Dominic did lots of little loops, like the petals around a flower. But it was a much more complex image.
So I think what I always find really exciting and valuable about Richard's work, and it's work that has expansive horizons, is that I think context is really, really important. And sometimes we're so worried that, you know, we'll bring in stuff that's irrelevant, that actually the wider context gets sort of shelved. But actually, you know, even Francis Bacon, I mean, a large part of his life is not spent painting. A large part of it is spent drinking and doing all sorts of other things. And therefore, you know, the rest of the life of the artist, if we want to understand him and we want to understand his works, is really important. And I think that the papers that we've seen so far are all they're sort of layering in interesting ways onto each other. And you're getting that kind of sense of moments of deep focus into specific details. You know, there's a pair of shoes painted, you know, there's a dog running across whatever it is. And then pulling out to some much bigger areas of significance. And I think that really is the thing that I think is so valuable about what Richard has been doing.
Richard, Dominic, muito obrigado pelas apresentações. Queria agradecer também a todas as equipes do museu, na organização e na veiculação desse seminário. Vai ser muito importante, tanto para a mostra quanto para futuras pesquisas sobre o artista e esse contexto. E agora eu passo a palavra para o Matheus Andrade, assistente curatorial também do museu, que vai mediar a próxima mesa. Muito obrigado.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Obrigado, Leandro, e aos participantes anteriores. Meu nome é Matheus de Andrade, sou assistente curatorial do MASP e farei a mediação desta terceira mesa do seminário Francis Bacon, A Beleza da Carne, que contará com a participação de Rina Aria e Paulo Erkenhoff. Agradeço a presença das pessoas que estão conosco hoje, e antes de apresentar os nossos convidados e lhes conceder a palavra, eu queria relembrar aos ouvintes que a gravação do seminário ficará disponível aqui no canal do MASP do YouTube, como de costume, e que a transmissão está ocorrendo em 3 links diferentes, né? Um com áudio original de todas as falas, um com tradução simultânea para o inglês e outro com tradução simultânea para o português. Para os interessados em certificado, basta se inscrever no link disponibilizado no chat do YouTube. Esses certificados só são emitidos para aqueles que se inscreverem nesse link. E também gostaria de reforçar, pedir aos nossos ouvintes que nós estamos recebendo perguntas, né, por meio do chat, então vocês podem enviar as questões que nós vamos debatê-las ao final das apresentações. Cada palestrante terá uma fala em média de 20 minutos, e nós começaremos por Rina Aria, com o tema Queerizando a Obra, um olhar contemporâneo sobre Bacon. Rina Aria é professora titular de Cultura e Teoria Visual na Universidade de Huddersfield, no Reino Unido. Nos últimos 15 anos, ela tem produzido inúmeros textos sobre as pinturas de Francis Bacon, com particular interesse nas perspectivas teóricas da obra do artista. Ela escreveu sobre as expressões de homossexualidade de Bacon, os aspectos religiosos de suas pinturas e as formas como tempo e espaço são mapeados em sua obra. Sua monografia Francis Bacon Painting in a Godless World, Francis Bacon Pintando em um Mundo Sem Deus, de 2012, foi muito elogiada. Ela também palestrou na Royal Academy, em Londres, em 2022, durante a exposição Francis Bacon Man and Beast, Homem e Fera. O seu artigo As Feras de Bacon, Patos do Animal, será publicado em breve no The British Art Journal. Bem-vinda, Rina, mais uma vez, muito obrigado, fique à vontade.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me today. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about what I understand the term queer to mean. I wrote a paper about homosexuality in Bacon quite some time ago, and I've since revised my views, so I'll be looking at that today. Bacon was an audacious painter who depicted the raw splendour of the male body. Painting in an age when homosexuality was criminalised, Bacon portrayed male same-sex desire in various ways. Through the homoerotic gaze directed at athletic figures and the rendering of entwined wrestling figures, for example. Scholarship about sexuality and gender in Bacon's work has thus far discussed his representations, often in the social constraints that he was working under. And many of the speakers earlier today have addressed some of these concerns. References to queerness speak of his outsider status and the ways in which he managed that within his art and life. It should not come as a surprise that much less was professed about this subject in his day than in later scholarship, and in earlier days tended to be more confined to biographical writings. If we can move to the next slide, please. Another reading of his work presented here claims something more overarching when thinking about Bacon's work that goes beyond discussions about gender and or sexuality. It marks a departure from reading queer with its erstwhile pejorative overtones as meaning same-sex or homosexual to actually looking at queer in a different way, in its reappropriation as a theory which problematizes heteronormative categories. One method of doing this is to introduce this key idea of ambiguity, meaning that we're not often clear what we're even looking at in Bacon. A closer look at Bacon's paintings show that while there are identifying features in his paintings, such as figures that are of or about a particular person, insofar as they refer to named people, for example, and bodies that have parts that may form a discourse on gender, his overall preoccupation was much more fundamental, with much more fundamental concerns that elude any simple opposition between the binary categories of male and female, and even more generally, binary categories. Bacon was driven to capture a sense of the bodily, which he does with respect to the relationship between flesh and bone, and form and formlessness. Bacon's was an art of a meeting of opposites, where at the point of meeting, it collapse is initiated. He wanted to animate the body to its greatest point of vitality, which is also the point at which the body falls apart, dissolving into powdery ether. And conversely, he wanted to enliven the shadow in its palpable vitality. In my talk today, I'll be addressing both senses of queer and will argue for the continued relevance of Bacon's paintings in contemporary discussions about gender and sexuality. Can we move to the next slide, please? So, as I said a moment ago, there's the first sense of queer as a descriptive term with pejorative connotations. And today what I'll be looking at is this reappropriated sense that problematizes heteronormative categories and collapses a binary way of thinking. So the crux of my talk really is that in Bacon's work, we're looking at a collapse of binary categories. The male nude, so looking at the first sense now, the male nude made its appearance in Bacon's work in the early 1950s during a time when homosexuality was criminalised. Depictions of the homoerotic were surreptitious, as seen through the lens of exercise, of men exercising in parks, for instance. Open-air venues in London were sites of display. As Matt Holbrook discussed, and I quote, "The ponds became a place where men could see and be seen, a site of public culture that valued the strength and beauty of the male body." Next slide. Bacon's study of a nude depicts the pose of a diver in its taut musculature and shows the influence of the painter Thomas Eakins. Painting during the 19th century, Eakins innovated portraiture and took it out of the drawing room into the open air, into the of streets and parks. The Swimming Hole, 1884 to 1885, for example, features Eakins' finest study, one of his finest studies of male nude forms as they dive, swim, and lounge by the pool. Popular culture magazines owned by Bacon, such as Picture Post, provided an outlet for the display and consumption of bodies. Other paintings in this vein include Study from the Human Body, 1949, and Study for Crouching Nude, 1952. And they're similar to this painting, not simply in respect of the delineation of aesthetic prowess of the male body, but also the anonymity of the figure who's turned away from the viewer. Faceless and impersonal, this defined the clandestine nature of male same-sex encounters in Bacon's cultural milieu. There is a tangible sense of isolation in these works, as exemplified, for instance, in the isolation of the figure in the dark void in this particular painting. Bacon, like many others in this situation, experienced a sense of drift in his life, which he described as part of his nomadic nature. His biography testifies to this. Expelled by his father from the family home at 16 after being found wearing his mother's underwear, the young Bacon moved to London, travelled to Berlin, then Paris, a pattern of roaming that characterised much of his life. The interiors of his room in paintings are unmistakably stark and impersonal, suggestive of hotel rooms, and convey something of the approach to life that Bacon adhered to, or one that he was forced to contend with in such an era. This makes the few personal narratives in his work all the more poignant. Move to the next slide, please. So this is 3 studies of figures for on beds, and the next slide. The black triptychs, of which this is an example, were made to memorialise the death of Bacon's lover, George Dyer, on the 24th of October 1971, the eve of Bacon's show at the Grand Palais in Paris. Painted between 1972 and June 1973, these triptychs were uncharacteristic of the work in that they were illustrative and portrayed specific events that led up to Dyer's death and served as an outlet of catharsis, an outlet for Bacon's feelings. Now, Bacon was known for his antithetical views about narrative painting, but exceptions do emerge, such as in this example, where we can see that he was exploring loss, the event of which occurred in the anonymity of a hotel room. Next slide. Another exception to the reference of the personal was the papal paintings, which were largely concentrated in the 1950s and can be explained with recourse to a psychoanalytic reading. Bacon conflated the symbolic father with his own father. His portrayals of the popes with their wide open mouths, in regalia that resembles fancy dress, confined in airless spaces, are attempts to destroy his divine authority, itself symbolic of emasculation, in retribution for the treatment that he underwent by his father. In interviews and biography, we learn that Bacon expressed ambivalence towards his father. He experienced rejection. His father favoured his brother and despised Francis's sickly nature. Bacon now had the opportunity to reverse this power dynamic, and in his representations gave him an outlet to end the papal order. And I quote, "The regime of masculinity is revealed as, in the end, a murderous violence. The figure of the father, everyone's father, yours, mine, not the real father, but the image or force behind him, is contemplated in the form of a supreme power that is vanquished by the son." Amongst the most widely discussed paintings within the context of same-sex desire in Bacon's work are 2 figures, next slide please, and 2 figures in the grass, which is the next slide. They portray what Bacon described as couplings, that is, 2 figures entwined, which he would continue to paint in various forms in ongoing decades. Influenced by Michelangelo's voluptuous nudes and Muybridge's photographs of wrestlers taken in 1887, these bold paintings are highly suggestive. We move to the next slide. We see a leaf taken from a book found in Bacon's studio. Muybridge's photographs provided a vocabulary of forms for Bacon. We go to the next slide. We see direct influence, 2 wrestlers after Muybridge. If we can go back 3 slides, please, to 2 figures. 2 more and 1 more. Thank you. So commentators, when talking about 2 figures and 2 figures in the grass, have asked whether the figures, have debated whether the figures are wrestling or lovemaking or perhaps both. There is a sense of the illicit about the looking, especially through the blurring of the faces. In 2 figures, vertical striations echo the curtained background and slice through the heads, simultaneously diffusing and activating the embrace. Gregory Salter speaks of a sense of the moment of male intimacy being wrenched into public view while retaining the basic elements of a private space. He also talks about how the viewer is positioned on the threshold as both witness and intruder. The explicit nature of these two works meant that they were treated with caution for a large part of Bacon's career. The gallerist, Erica Browson, did not feature them during exhibitions in a Hanover gallery in London. In fact, it was only recently, in 2019, that these works were seen publicly at the exhibition of Bacon's couplings at the Gagosian in London. After Two Figures in the Grass, Bacon would return to the subject in 1967, the same year of the partial decriminalisation of homosexuality, with Two Figures on a Couch in 1967, and soon after, Two Figures with a Monkey. We move on to the next slide, and next slide after, and one more after that. Sorry, one more after that. Next slide. Thank you. The couplings have been interpreted narratively as suggestive of the passion and often violent relationship that Bacon had with his lovers, especially Peter Lacey and George Dyer. Two 2016 saw the publication of the second catalogue raisonné, the first being in 1964. A pertinent finding in this recent catalogue raisonné is the discovery of paintings of female nudes from the late 1950s to the 1960s that questioned the claim about Bacon's almost exclusive focus on the male nude. His paintings of female nudes, in fact, exceeded his coupling male figures. It also redressed prevailing notions that his depictions of women were exclusively via portraiture. Bacon had a number of female friends whom he sought to capture in their likeness, which included Muriel Belcher, the proprietor of the Colony Rooms, where Bacon went drinking, Isabel Rawthorne, and Henrietta Moraes. In painting portraits, Bacon wanted to capture what he described as the essence of a person. He was very clear about this intention to almost exclusively painted portraits of people that he knew intimately, whether as friends or lovers. Knowing the person enabled him to portray aspects of a deeper sense of appearance that would otherwise have been impossible if he didn't know the person as well. In the 1960s, he painted a number of lying or reclining figures that were of Henrietta Moraes, who was an artist model photographed by John Deacon in 1962 to 1963. So in the next slide, we have lying figure, and the slide following, 1961, nude. Among the paintings of reclining or lying or turning figures that Bacon painted during this time, several of them are indeterminate with respect to their gender identity. The term often used is androgynous. And this seems to be a theme that he started to explore in the 50s. One of these examples is Lying Figure, 1959. If we can move on to the next slide. And the next slide after that. So this is an example of a work that's regarded as androgynous, and we see that the figure has elements of musculature and also elements of the female form, and has long hair, and it's difficult to see the face. But this is one of several works at the time that was regarded as being indeterminate, really, when it came to gender. But the discovery of these paintings of female nudes is really important because it tells you that it counters evidence that Bacon seemed to suffer from what was described as a glazing of vision when he looked at anything other than the male body. At this juncture, it's fair to conclude that Bacon does explore gender in his portrayals. And, it's true that he was more drawn to the male body as subject, which was evident in his source material and his depictions. But if we step back from this vantage point, there's another reading that coheres with his existentialist stance and is more in line with a queer reading that problematizes not only gender identity, but ontological certainty. And this is the view that I take, this is the view that I hold. In Bacon's day, his paintings of the male nude were viewed differently to how they are perceived in the contemporary. This is not an unusual fact. Times change, and this brings different social attitudes. In the contemporary cultural landscape, a different reading of Bacon's art can be presented, and is one which reads ambiguity, not in terms of the surreptitious, of the question of what lies beneath the veil, but instead as a way of problematizing binaries and categories altogether. This queer reading chimes with contemporary concerns about gender and sexual identity. My argument is that the ambiguity that we're seeing in Bacon can be construed in terms of a strategy deployed within queer theory. It's not always apparent that we are able to identify what we're looking at in Bacon, as it often defies categorization. Many of his works are of the human, and yet they're very unfamiliar. Bacon articulates the human condition in paint. What we can say with some degree of certainty is that we are confronting the human condition, which for Bacon meant the depiction of the vital force of flesh, something that could not be preserved or contained, and threatened to disrupt any attempts to do so. Before looking at this reading in Bacon, in the context of his paintings, an overview of queer theory is useful. Informed by the work of theorists and thinkers like Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida, queer theory emerged in the 1990s through the work of people like Judith Butler. It has as a central objective the dismantling of heteronormative thinking that conceived of gender categories in terms of the male and female binary, with heterosexuality as the default. And with this, the reappropriation of queerness as a term of positive self-identity. This allows for a more fluid understanding of gender identity, and one that is not determined by binary identification. Queer theory examines the way in which gender and sexuality are constructed and how these constructions shape power relations. Bacon works in this vein insofar as he reconfigures representational norms. The subversion of conventions of representation in his aesthetic mean that we, the viewer, have to learn how to read the body as they don't behave in ways that we expect them to. Furthermore, as Ernst van Alphen testifies, objects don't behave according to the laws of nature in Bacon's universe, which means that we can't rely on signs and codes to ground our understanding of the figure. In Bacon's world, spaces are ambiguous. Doorways do not always mark a partition between two states. Mirrors don't reflect, lamps don't illuminate. This enhances the overall sense of fluidity and disorientation where our senses are confounded. Fluidity is central to Bacon's depiction of the body. His bodies are inherently unstable. They are in various stages of deliquescence, articulating the tension between bone and flesh. Various metaphors and descriptions have been used of Bacon's figures to convey this precarious relationship. John Russell speaks of figures wrapped round and round itself like barley sugar. Bone gives structure to flesh, but flesh in its pulsating vitality threatens the structure. We have already seen some examples of paintings discussed earlier in my talk, such as Study of a Nude, where the body is in a state of intactness. This describes one end of a scale that ends with what Michel Leiris describes as the indefinable form of the figures, which in some cases seem to lose their bone structure to become strange fluxes or whirls of matter. If we go back one slide, Nude 1961 falls into this category. The body is disintegrating into a molten form. The term fragment sometimes is apposite when we're looking at Bacon's paintings, where they're either of the body or a body fragment. In discussion of three studies for a crucifixion of 1962, if we move on to the next slide, and the next slide. Arthur Danto states of this painting, by this stage in his development, Bacon had begun to treat his figures virtually as viscera, as lumps and gobbets and tubes of flesh not easily identified anatomically, pink and red and white, as if his subjects were what was left behind when skin and bone was removed. So shapeless are they as piles and puddles of scraped and squeezed paint that one is grateful at times for the mouths as dentated wounds serve as some point of orientation. The disintegration of flesh into meat, as told in this portentous painting, is either enacted or foretold in each of the panels. So in the first panel, we see the two figures interpreted as gravediggers, and they look out to the viewer. The presence of two chop bones lurk in the foreground. We come to a misshapen bodily form comprised of pairs of limbs in the central panel, which could be of figures entwined. The white sheets are blood spattered. The third panel features the carcass of a body sliding down a chute, its rib cage exposed, agony written on the face. A pool of flesh collects. Gilles Deleuze refers to the bodies without organs in Bacon, by which he meant that the body doesn't conform to the structural certainties that one would expect within an organic being. It is a metaphorical way of describing the body as freed from the conventional constraints of operating. The vitality of the body cannot be contained and seeks an exit. As Deleuze puts it, sensation takes on an excessive and spasmodic appearance, exceeding the bounds of organic activity. Bacon's challenge to the traditions of figuration were born out of his belief about the limitations of depicting living being on a two-dimensional surface. He deployed distortion to disrupt the single viewpoint, a reminder of the turbulence of the body. The turbulence causes bodies to overflow whatever borders they have. Next slide. And we see this vividly in Portrait of John Edwards, where bodily matter is leaking from his left foot, where it collects with such palpability that it threatens the organizational structure of the body, raising the question, where does the body begin? Where does it end? We see something similar in the next slide. The opacity of these shadows, these areas of overspill, confuse because they're actually more tangible and more vivid than parts contained in the body itself. The fluidity of the environs, where objects do not adhere to their instrumental functioning, further contributes to a sense of alienation. The tussle between bone and flesh in Bacon contributes to the unbounded sense of his figures that are in various stages of collapse, and this is what makes his paintings highly visceral. In Bacon's existential framework, the human is meat. Another binary that Bacon overcame in his work is that of the human and animal. Bacon's unremittingly materialist stance and belief is that there is nothing beyond the human life. There is nothing beyond life. And he levelled the human with the animal. Deleuze describes the depth of the connection between these two entities in Bacon, which he argued is not an arrangement of man and beast, not a resemblance. It's a deep identity, a zone of indiscernibility more profound than any sentimental identification. The man who suffers is a beast, the beast that suffers is man. Bacon drew on the philosopher Georges Bataille's concept of base materialism in his development of the human-animal proximity, and depicts the pathos of the animal that suffers and the lowliness of the human, who is stripped from his position of assumed superiority. One of the most strident ways of showing the zone of indiscernibility between the two was through the mouth. For in moments of extreme emotion, the human mouth is contorted in such a way that it gives rise to an experience of the animal. The most vivid instantiation of this is in paintings of the popes. In paintings like Study after Velasquez that we saw earlier on, the Pope, a figure of great divine authority, is undone by a cry that shatters any illusion of his symbolic power and places him in a grip of feeling so intense that the only expression of it brought him close to the beasts. One of the reasons why Bacon's work is so disquieting is because of the indeterminacy of categories. We often don't know what we're looking at, and this was actually the starting point for my love affair with Bacon. It was one of the only painters that I wasn't able to work out exactly what was going on. And our inability to place what he's doing and what we're seeing can be deeply alienating. If we move to the next slide. One of Bacon's earliest works and most well-known paintings, Three Studies for Figures at the Base of a Crucifixion, is one such example, which contains forms that evade grasp. The biomorphic forms display characteristics of both animal and human, at times imperceptibly, which evokes conflicting emotions. The animal augments the terror, and the human elements heighten the sense of tragedy. Their presence in the group show at the Lefebvre Gallery following the end of the war were incongruous. Compared to the hope-filled contributions of fellow artists, these creatures caused a sense of consternation, as John Russell put it, because they were not understood, less still identifiable. What my talk has shown today is how Bacon disrupts categories in order to make substantive points about his perspective of reality. In his depictions, he deploys not figuration nor abstraction, but a third term, the figural, to convey the sensation of the figure without the representation of the figurative. This movement of the figure defies any attempt to illustration and conveys instead the spasmodic forces of the body, the libidinal energies that characterize the spirit of the flesh. Bacon's figures are neither human nor animal, but an amalgam, a becoming animal. The ontological question of the animal constituents of the human are more fundamental then to the question of being than conceptions of gender or sexuality. It is true that Bacon explores questions of gender and sexuality in his constructions of couplings, for example, of same-sex desire, some of the works that we've looked at earlier. But his preoccupations are far more overarching and existential. The desire and violence of two figures or two figures in the grass invite meditations of the theme of eros and thanatos, sex and death. And I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, professora Rina, pela excelente apresentação. Daqui a pouco a gente vai voltar a conversar com ela. Eu peço aos ouvintes que nos enviem as perguntas através do chat aqui do YouTube, para que a gente possa comentar no final da apresentação. Agora vamos para a fala do professor Paulo Erkenhoff sobre Francis Bacon e a carne viva da pintura. Paulo Erkenhoff foi curador da 24ª Bienal de São Paulo, em 1998, que foi dedicada à autonomia da arte brasileira com a problematização da antropofagia, trazendo a obra de Francis Bacon 25 anos depois, novamente para a Bienal, e analisando ela, né, a partir dessa perspectiva. Erkenhoff também é professor catedrático no Instituto de Estudos Avançados da Universidade de São Paulo e foi agraciado em 2015 com a Gran Cruz do Mérito Cultural, além também de ter sido diretor cultural do Museu de Arte do Rio, o MAR, entre 2013 e 2016. Muito obrigado, professor Paulo, bem-vindo e fique à vontade.
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Eu penso aqui em trabalhar a ideia de Francis Bacon, o canibal. Porque, diante de eminentes teóricos, experts na obra de Francis Bacon, nestas lives, eu adotei a estratégia de considerá-lo sob um ponto de vista conceitual brasileiro, um ponto de partido entre antropofagia e a fenomenologia. Em 1998, como foi dito, fui diretor cultural da 24ª Bienal de São Paulo, dedicada à problematização da antropofagia e do seu viés como canibalismo social em arte. Adriano Pedrosa, que hoje dirige o MASP e a Bienal de Veneza, foi o curador adjunto e editor dos 4 catálogos da exposição. Primeira imagem. Nessa primeira tela, que já foi trazida e discutida por mais de um dos nossos palestrantes, né? A tela de 1946, sem título, eu creio que seja uma certa alegoria, não teleológica, mas uma alegoria daquilo com que Bacon se confrontaria vindo da guerra, etc. Ele está sob um guarda-chuva, no qual ele busca proteção e abrigo, talvez como aquilo que tem sido aqui discutido, como pressão e consideração da sua posição de homossexual na sociedade britânica conservadora e, ao mesmo tempo, entendendo que a morte está à espreita, representada pela carcaça de um animal. Nós temos aí, evidentemente, uma referência a Rembrandt e a outros pintores, o que já nos começa a trazer a questão daquilo que foi considerado no Brasil como antropofagia em termos de um conceito cultural. Como pensar, então, a pintura de Francis Bacon na direção dessa antropofagia, a partir do conceito brasileiro e do canibalismo? Inicialmente, caberia indicar a etimologia dos dois termos. A antropofagia é a forma erudita do problema, né? Ela surge, o étimo surge da conflação dos termos gregos antropos, homem, mas aqui não como macho, mas como ser humano, e phagos, que é comer, né? Enquanto que canibalismo é um termo surgido como corruptela de Caribe, uma etnia originária de Cuba, que foi um dos primeiros povos das Américas a ser extinto pelos colonizadores europeus. Eu colocaria aqui, dessa carne atravessada pela filosofia, né, de Bacon, eu colocaria aqui 2 filósofos que, a partir do Renascimento e, digamos, na sequência do Renascimento, buscaram interpretar o canibalismo da América depois da conquista pós-Colombo. Michel de Montaigne e Francis Bacon. Em seus ensaios, livro 1, capítulo 31 dos canibais, o francês Montaigne conclui que o canibalismo era uma política da vingança contra os inimigos vencidos e não uma dieta ou penúria alimentar. Ou seja, devorava-se o inimigo porque o inimigo havia devorado os seus parentes. E assim era um rito simbólico que juntava definitivamente 2 inimigos. No ensaio de Montaigne, ele compara a violência canibal, dizendo que ela pelo menos tinha uma certa piedade, porque a vítima era morta com uma paulada, comparando com as torturas a que eram submetidos os prisioneiros na Europa. É nesse momento, então, que ele, entre outras coisas, chega à conclusão de que cada sociedade tem os seus valores, e isso, então, portanto, é uma primeira definição da relatividade das culturas. O filósofo britânico Francis Bacon, ancestral do pintor, afirmou: não é o que comemos, mas sim o que digerimos que nos faz fortes. Esse é um princípio da antropofagia. Não é o que nós adotamos como modelo a ser devorado, modelo estético, mas é o que fazemos dele que é importante, que nos faz como produtores de cultura significativo. É claro que tanto Bacon como Montaigne tinham, de certa maneira, aquela visão edênica do novo mundo. Na Silva Silvarum, o Francis Bacon, filósofo, defendia que a carne humana não era para ser comida, porque esse ato se vinculava ao assassinato, portanto, ao crime e ao pecado. Ele ainda vai dizer que aqueles que querem seus amigos lhe contarem segredos são canibais dos seus corações. Então, aqui, esse Francis Bacon, primeiro, já desloca a questão para o afetivo. Na Bienal de São Paulo, dedicada à antropofagia, houve uma sala com a curadoria de Don Hades, que fez um trabalho importante de demonstrar, através do texto, como Eisenstein, Muybridge, Velázquez, Manet, Van Gogh, entre outros, haviam sido apropriados por Francis Bacon em sua pintura. Ainda contemporaneamente a Montaigne e a Bacon, filósofos, o fenômeno da catequese também representou a preparação da mão de obra indígena para a indústria cultural. O padre Antônio Vieira, no Sermão do Espírito Santo, passo para a próxima, o padre Antônio Vieira disse para alguns jesuítas que partiam do Maranhão para a Amazônia para a catequese. Vieira, nascido em Portugal, podemos dizer que foi o primeiro grande filósofo do Brasil, o primeiro grande intelectual do Brasil. Mas ele diz assim: mas se aqueles animais selvagens significam as nações dos gentios, e essas nações queria Deus que São Pedro as ensinasse e convertesse, como lhe manda que as mate e as coma. Talvez seja a primeira indicação de um certo canibalismo como questão filosófica na sociedade brasileira. Por isso mesmo, continua Vieira, porque o modo de converter feras em homens é matando-as e comendo-as, e não há coisa mais parecida ao ensinar e doutrinar que o matar e comer. Aqui, portanto, existe um deslocamento da identidade dos corpos vivos, né? Dos animais, nessa distinção entre animal e homem, né? Que talvez distancie Bacon na fala da Rina com relação a essa questão de animal-homem. Mas havia uma grande contradição histórica no processo das catequeses. O catolicismo condenava o canibalismo simbólico dos indígenas como pecado, como brutalidade, né? Como perversidade. No entanto, oferecia a esses mesmos indígenas o corpo de Cristo para ser consumido no milagre da Eucaristia. Portanto, nessa guerra simbólica entre dois canibalismos, o paradoxo, né, era que os indígenas entenderam melhor a guerra entre canibalismos do que os jesuítas e demais missionários eurocêntricos, que não admitiam outras possibilidades de representação. Esse paradoxo foi criticamente representado por Adriana Varejão no díptico proposta para uma catequese. Na tradição europeia de representação do canibalismo nas Américas, começado por Hans Staden, que conviveu com canibais na costa entre o Rio de Janeiro e São Paulo, quando Staden publica as suas memórias, torna-se um grande best-seller, a ponto de ter havido 3 edições em pouquíssimos anos. Mas depois tivemos franceses e concluímos com Théodore de Bry, esse primeiro corpus canibálico da literatura e da ilustração europeia, com Théodore de Bry, quando ele trabalha o mundo, na Pars América, ele representa muitas cenas de canibalismo no Brasil. Logo depois, nessa tradição, Albert Ecault, que era o pintor da Companhia das Índias Ocidentais, dirigida por Maurício de Nassau, Ecault representou a mestiçagem brasileira através de 4 casais. 2 eram indígenas, como essa indígena Tarairiu, também dita tapuia. Existe o par masculino. E essa outra, que é a indígena e o índio tupi. Volta, por favor. Os tapuias eram muito ferozes. Se defendiam. E observem que essa ferocidade é vinculada à ideia de antropofagia. A mulher carrega uma mão e, no cesto, um pé, como se fosse parte dos seus mantimentos para alimentação. Observem também que ela é representada numa certa pose de oferecimento sexual. Entre as pernas dela, ao fundo que se vê, são indígenas tapuias em guerra, em defesa. À esquerda, à direita, nós temos uma vagem, uma planta quebrada de uma maneira muito simples, à força. E entre as pernas dela, um animal bastante feroz bebe água e verte a água aí como um símbolo dessa sexualidade, né? Vamos agora para Tupinambá. Essa tupi ou tupinambá, reparem a mulher. Os tupinambás eram dóceis, foram domesticados para a agricultura. Observem, no fundo existe uma plantação onde há muitos indígenas. A mulher carrega frutos, né? Ao lado ela tem uma criança, ela está vestida, ela trabalha, e existe um corte de uma bananeira ao lado da perna dela, uma mancha branca oval, certamente feita por um facão, que seria uma forma de indicar civilização. Bom, só que, segundo o antropólogo Ronald Raminelli, os tapuias, vamos voltar, eram ferozes, mas não eram canibais. Enquanto os tupis, seguimos, eram receptivos, mas eram canibais, receptivos ao estrangeiro, né? Então, nós temos que pensar aqui 2 questões que seriam, para mim, importantes. Uma, a ideia de que a carne selvagem de Bacon, da pintura de Bacon, uma carne selvagem. Aquilo que a Rina apresentou como oposições entre animal e humano, eu acho que havia nele uma indicação de humanimalidade. Ou seja, esse humano tinha a sua animalidade carnal, né? Eram corpos com as mesmas sensações físicas de dor, de medo, etc. Mas nós podemos avançar e pensar na carne profunda já no século XIX, pensando aí, a partir de Linda Nochlin, no ensaio Body in Pieces, que o corpo despedaçado é um signo da modernidade. Esses vestígios, essas carcaças que aparecem, que não se sabe às vezes se é de um ser humano ou de um outro animal, né, seriam esse corpo despedaçado. Podemos ainda pensar que, nesse momento, a Europa já estará pensando na representação, não mais na representação do canibalismo do outro. Goya teria sido o último grande pintor a pensar no canibalismo das Américas, mas já toma o canibalismo mítico europeu com pintores como Blake, o próprio Goya, Chevenard, Carpeaux, agora o próximo, e o seu ápice é o topo da monumental Porta do Inferno de Auguste Rodin, em que que é presidida pela figura de um pensador. Esse pensador que está voltado para dentro é a figura dilemática de Ugolino, o Senhor de Pisa, que na Divina Comédia de Dante Alighieri aparece como o monarca que traiu o seu povo e, por isso, foi condenado a devorar seus filhos. Ele e seus 3 filhos foram colocados numa torre que é fechada, sem alimentos, numa situação de fome. Os mais jovens morrem primeiro que os mais velhos, porque precisam de mais alimentação e proteínas. No século XX, já emergida a noção de psicologia, a psiquiatria, da passagem da alma para a ideia de psique, né? E, finalmente, a psicanálise, o canibalismo deixará de ser condição de barbárie, exotismo, para ser considerado metaforicamente como uma condição do desejo humano. Na arte, o assunto se desloca, o próximo, para a ironia da revista Cannibale, como dadaísmo, por André Breton, e adiante nós teremos a passagem do canibalismo para uma condição de objeto da psicanálise no Totem e Tabu, de 1912, de Freud. Esse texto trata do desejo incestuoso dos meninos, da revolta dos filhos contra o pai, que detém o monopólio sobre as mulheres da tribo, do primitivismo de Freud, e matam o pai. E Louis Bourgeois, que tinha conflitos com seu pai, faz em 74, seu pai já havia morrido há 13 anos, ela faz essa obra, A Destruição do Pai, em 1974. Na Bienal de São Paulo, essa obra foi justaposta a Sala da Louise foi justaposta à de Bacon e, junto com a pintura Tiradentes, de Pedro Américo, que é o esquartejamento do herói da independência do Brasil, como um canibalismo histórico, né? E outras situações, né? No caminho dadaísta do canibalismo, o Brasil testemunha, em 1928, a Revista da Antropofagia, uma iniciativa do poeta Oswald de Andrade, que era casado com a pintora Tarsila do Amaral. É uma espécie de breviário da teoria da antropofagia. E nós podemos ver que há certas distorções do desejo que, de certo modo, podemos trabalhar como uma conversa com as distorções do corpo por Bacon. O mote principal da antropofagia é: só me interessa o que não é meu. A estética da antropofagia tinha por objetivo buscar uma autonomia, uma independência da arte brasileira com relação a modelos estéticos importados, como dizia Oswald. Por isso era necessário metabolizar todas as influências e qualidades de outras culturas e tudo transformar em linguagem própria e, eu diria, nacional. O manifesto se manifestava também, se posicionava contra Freud, com sua maneira de cadastrar a realidade psíquica, portanto, castrar, e pensarmos que a autonomia da antropofagia, a própria antropofagia, não tem um rol de imagens da história da arte a serem copiados, nem possui um modelo de artista-herói, não se coloca numa sequência de ismos históricos. Ela tem um vai e vem temporal, porque a antropofagia é invenção. Cada artista deve desenvolver seu próprio conceito. Isso permitiu situar na antropofagia uma enorme variedade de artistas, como Lígia Pape e Aleu de Sica, o compositor Caetano Veloso, a literatura de Clarice Lispector, o diretor de cinema novo Glauber Rocha, o teatro de Celso Martins. Seguinte, em Abapuru, em Tarsila, nós temos, então, o homem que come na língua tupi, né? E olhemos agora a próxima imagem, essa figura, né, de uma das três bases da crucificação, do crucifixo, que me lembra, talvez, fosse o São João, da crucificação de Cristo, né, que nada mais é como um falo voraz. Em vez de uma vagina dentata, nós temos um falo dentado. E a maior relação que eu vejo entre Bacon e a arte brasileira, do modo como trabalhei na Bienal de São Paulo, foi o artista Arthur Barrio. Na Bienal, nós tínhamos as contaminações. Num dado espaço da sala do Bacon, na parte baixa, havia uma vitrine onde estava essa trouxa ensanguentada do Barrio, né? Barrio é um artista da geração surgida no final dos anos 60, foi marcado pela ditadura de 64, pelo ato institucional que acabou com o habeas corpus de 68. Ele é da geração de Cildo Meirelles, Tunga, Antônio e outros, né? Barro, então, propõe essas trouxas que são grandes volumes onde há de tudo: algodão, lixo, urina, fezes, sangue menstrual, unha, cabelos, etc., né? E amarra a moda daquilo que no Brasil, violento, era chamado de presunto. Presunto era o corpo de um morto, de uma pessoa assassinada pela polícia ou pelo exército, que era posto em sacos, jogados a ermo, e a população chamava de presunto humano. A próxima. Aqui nós temos um trabalho de ativismo cultural do Barrio. Ele, na cidade de Belo Horizonte, pega alguma das suas trouxas e joga à beira do rio, de um riacho, exatamente como faziam os militares e policiais com aqueles que haviam assassinado, né? E isso causou um grande rebuliço, a população tem medo de tocar, chama a polícia, e aí nós temos investigadores que estão encontram apenas essa situação de radicalismo, de defesa e oposição, né? À ditadura, né? Agora, no campo da fenomenologia da percepção, o ensaio L'Esprit, de 1960, de Maurice Merleau-Ponty, sobre o enigma do corpo que vê e o corpo visível, que estão simultaneamente confrontados, me parece também algo que é pertinente a pensarmos na pintura do Bacon, porque Merleau-Ponty foi fundamental para o neoconcretismo brasileiro, que introduzia aspectos da subjetividade do artista ou do público na experiência da obra concreta. Merleau-Ponty cita um verso de Paulo, dizendo que o pintor empresta seu corpo à pintura. Portanto, podemos considerar que Bacon empresta seu corpo ao signo material de sua pintura, como carne viva, a flor da pele, ele empresta suas vísceras à sua loucura. Já estou quase terminando. Ainda nesse aspecto do conjunto de debates, do conceito de antropofagia em sua intersecção com o canibalismo social e nas suas diversas possibilidades, nós temos, a próxima, por favor, a muito citada pintura, que eu trago aqui como um exemplo de muitas, Duas Figuras, de 1953, em plena assunção da sua homoafetividade, né? Mas temos que perceber que ele chama de duas figuras. Ele não diz dois homens. Isso teria sido porque ele internalizou uma censura, né? O refoulement da psicanálise. Luiz Bourgeois tinha enorme dificuldade em abordar discussões sobre homossexualidade. Por isso também em seu livro seu artigo num livro sobre Bacon, ela não mencione isso. Mas nós podemos pensar que existe uma conversa brasileira com o Bacon homoafetivo. Por exemplo, O Bom Crioulo, de 1895, um livro de Adolfo Caminha, que foi, na época, um escândalo, porque era a história de um homem branco que se casou com um jovem negro. Ou seja, numa sociedade escravocrata, embora houvesse já a publicação, a edição, né, do fim da escravidão, mas continuava escravocrata, foi um verdadeiro escândalo. Ou nós podemos pensar, meio século depois, em Pierre Verger. Pierre Verger é o pintor que utiliza a câmera como para espécie de acariciar, de lamber os corpos nus dos homens negros na Bahia, na África, no Rio de Janeiro. Ou podemos pensar ainda em Alair Gomes, com suas fotos tiradas furtivamente de jovens seminus na praia de Ipanema, ou, finalmente, Elliot Sica. Num giro para o desejo, e aqui é minha última afirmação, último argumento, num giro para o desejo surge uma nova exclamação aqui. Francis Bacon, o canibal melancólico. Luiz Bourgeois escreveu que Bacon não olhava para as coisas, como já se disse aqui, mas olhava tudo a partir do seu desejo. Entre as dúvidas se Bacon enxergava a luz da carne através do sol negro da melancolia, como no poema de Nerval, ou através de seu pincel acariciador da carne viva da pintura emprestada, né? Pierre Fedidar trata de um drama que eu creio vivido que se pode perceber nos temas das figuras em coito de Bacon. O texto é de 78, Le Cannibale Mélancolique, o canibal melancólico. Segundo ele, o coito é a junção mais sublime entre dois corpos, né? E que no encontro do absoluto entre esses dois corpos, logo surge uma vontade de que o ato não se acabe. E, para que não se acabe, existe então a fantasia de devoração. E devorar este outro objeto do desejo é, no entanto, anunciar a sua morte. Então, o coito e a morte estão definitivamente intrincados na obra de Francis Bacon, vista sob a perspectiva de Pierre Fedidar. É isso.
Muito obrigado ao professor Paulo Erkenhoff pela ótima apresentação. Vamos agora passar para a parte final das perguntas. Eu queria lembrar aos nossos ouvintes que o seminário continua ainda com uma última mesa na sequência desta. Bem, uma primeira pergunta, eu acho que puxando aí um gancho do que o professor Paulo falou em relação à obra do Arthur Barrio, né, que tem um tom de denúncia da violência da ditadura, e também a partir desse olhar melancólico do artista que você citou, eu queria convidar os dois, né, Rina Aria e Erkenhoff, a comentarem como esses corpos de Bacon podem ser entendidos como uma provocação sobre a condição humana, mas também uma espécie de grito do artista, de expurgo, denúncia, né, que busca confrontar o espectador com o estranhamento dessa carne visceral para dar vazão a outras formas de existência.
Pode ser primeiro a Rina, que falou primeiro, e a visitante.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the key things about Bacon that people often get confused about really is that his work isn't meant to be, although it's kind of, there's a lot of gore and violence, it was very clear that it's not meant to be sort of violence for violence sake or sensationalized as such. The violence really came out of the way he handled paint. So it was an affront in a way to representation. And so in that respect, I think the provocation comes from what Bacon is trying to do, which I'll tie into what Barrio's doing, because that work is really apt for comparison, is to try and provoke viewers into thinking about representation, because we so used to seeing figurative representations or representations of bodies that are still. And what Bacon's trying to show is that bodies are in a perpetual sense of motion, so whether it's something involuntary motion or voluntary motion, like a hiccup. And this for him is a form of violence because it disrupts the stability of the body. So I think Bacon's work is really powerful for that reason. It's not kind of about kind of the horror and brutality of life as it stands, but it's this simple kind of yet really powerful idea that behind the representation there's nothing. We can't preserve life. We are living beings, and death is a condition within life. It's not a state that follows life. So the violence comes from the realization that there's very little we can do about it. And the figural body in Bacon is very much one that is alive and about kind of the vitality of sensation. That's where the violence comes in. That's where the provocation comes in. And the comparison, say, with Barrio's work, for instance, with the blood packages, I think is really apt, because that's what he was trying to do. And that way, it wasn't about kind of violence for violence sake, but it was very much about the encounter with, where audiences became part of the work. And yes, it was filled with kind of human waste and, you know, and loosely tied up, but it was very much about that sense of kind of engagement rather than, you know, the horror in what was contained. It was that idea of the interaction with is something that's very powerful in both their works.
Você quer comentar, Paulo?
E assim, opostamente à Rina, Luiz Bourgeois, eu era amigo da Luiz, visitava muito, né? Ela fala de uma terrível brutalidade, mas que ele não era sádico, né? E que havia nele, e aí um movimento de atração e repulsa, como numa fita de Möbius. Ou seja, ela traz uma visão da matemática pós-euclidiana, da geometria pós-euclidiana, para analisar esse pintor, né? Agora, como se fala muito, né? Se falou da necessidade de se afirmar de um homem homossexual como sendo útil, etc. e tal, à sociedade, etc., e até negar-lhe o direito de ter os gestos que queira ter, se expressar da maneira como se queira expressar. Eu penso que, quando se fala disso e se aplica esses princípios ao Bacon queer, eu penso que a pintura toma nele a força do retorno do reprimido, né? Seria como se o inconsciente aflorasse a flor, não da consciência, mas a flor da tela. Porque a tela é seu osso, a sua ossatura, que você falou tão bem na relação, Rina, entre osso e carne, em Bacon, né? E esse processo, então, seria o retorno do reprimido. Aquilo que houve castração, etc., na sociedade e que volta numa forma superior de expressão, que é a arte. Superior de expressão por sua condição humanística, superior por sua condição filosófica, por sua condição estética, por sua condição de poder institucionalizado de sua arte nos museus e até mesmo pelo poder do capital investido nas aquisições. Para terminar aqui, eu diria que, na verdade, Bacon me leva à condição daquilo que Wittgenstein, no Tratado Lógico-Filosófico, logo na introdução, menciona que, quando é possível dizer algo em palavras, não se deve tentar ir adiante, porque quando fôssemos adiante, nós estaríamos no campo da metafísica. Não existe metafísica em Bacon, existe um certo materialismo, aqui no sentido marxista mesmo, né? Da arte, do corpo e da história. Então, o que ele faz seria o último recurso à possível dizibilidade, né? É o último posto para lutar contra o indizível, o unspeakable, de Wittgenstein em inglês, né, seria a sua própria pintura. Seria um modo de exibir, mostrar, tornar visível ao corpo que vê aquilo que é o corpo que vive. O corpo vécu, da fenomenologia do corpo. O corpo vivido, né? É isso, então.
Bem, pensando nessa recepção, né, do público em relação à obra do Bacon e especificamente a participação dele na Bienal da Antropofagia, eu queria lançar uma pergunta ao professor Paulo, para rememorar mesmo a presença dele nessa Bienal. Do que você poderia nos lembrar assim, sobre como foi essa recepção da obra de Bacon naquela época no Brasil? E, enfim, passados 25 anos agora também, né, com os protagonismos dos discursos identitários, racializados nos sistemas das artes, como a gente pode também projetar para o futuro, né, como seria hoje uma recepção da obra desse artista perante esse espírito do nosso tempo?
Bom, eu acho que na época, a Bienal acostumou mal a cidade de São Paulo, especificamente, e ao Brasil em geral, acostumou mal a achar que tudo é fácil, né? Pediu, vem. Não é assim. Bacon é muito raro. Os museus que têm não gostam de emprestar. A sala não era enorme. Não me lembro bem, mas não devia ter mais que 10 obras, né? Porque realmente era um esforço muito grande. Mas eu acho que se uma obra de Bacon, dessas que são mais vinculadas ao corpo do que ao rosto, por exemplo, né? A estruturação da personalidade pelo rosto, eu diria, se uma dessas obras, como é que eu diria, que fossem paradigmáticas, viesse, eu pensaria em termos do pars pro toto. Uma bastaria para todas as obras dele, e uma só bastaria para a carnalidade de todos nós, né? Não é a quantidade que faz a percepção, a experiência de vivenciar, de testemunhar esse empréstimo do corpo de Bacon à pintura, mas sim é o signo que cada um de nós pode viver como experiência própria.
Obrigado, professor Paulo. Pensando ainda também, então, nessa linha, né, que a gente está discutindo aqui, e aí eu abro a pergunta também para a Rina Área, como vocês veem o impacto hoje da obra de Bacon na arte contemporânea, né, atravessando o trabalho de outros artistas e tudo mais? Rina, por favor.
Thank you. I think Bacon is still very relevant today because his concerns are, as I said in my talk, about the human condition, and that's something that's not going to go away. So I think his work has an ongoing pertinence in the way that the work of other artists might not anymore. And even though really that whole cult of the individual really has, to some extent, been displaced by other concerns within contemporary art. When we think of the global terrain and the way in which art is discussed, in terms of its sociopolitics and what have you. But I think, there's a continuing sort of resonance about what Bacon was trying to do because of its fundamental questions. So I can't imagine a time where his concerns will be eclipsed because they are so very prophetic. In the same way that, Nietzsche was untimely. I think, Bacon is always going to remain kind of very important. It was interesting to hear about Bacon within, say, the Brazilian context, to look at Bacon outside the British or European contemporary art to see kind of, questions and ways of kind of framing him. But I'm kind of confident that his work and what he was trying to do is going to be of enduring relevance. Yeah.
Eu queria dizer uma coisa ainda para concluir sobre o contexto brasileiro, né? Há um pintor do Brasil, já morto há uns quase 30 anos, Iberê Camargo, que não tem os mesmos dramas pessoais do Bacon. Era um machista, etc, etc, etc. De certo modo, era amigo do poder, generais, etc, tal, sempre muito próximo do poder. Mas há algo que supera essas limitações, digamos, políticas de Iberê, que é a qualidade da sua pintura, né? Iberê, certa vez, disse uma coisa sobre a sua obra, né? Sua obra firme, trágica, sua pintura ainda abstrata, mas com uma violência muito grande, e que eu acho que Bacon sempre foi isso. Ele não veio para enfeitar o mundo. E cada vez mais os jovens artistas conscientes não querem ver um mundo enfeitado, né? Como bem lembrou Rina. Eles querem ser comovidos por mestres incorruptos, com mestres que se entregaram completamente à sua obra. Eu estou falando do Instituto Inclusartes, no Rio de Janeiro. O que eu tenho atrás de mim é uma gravura do Dalton de Paula, um artista extraordinário de Goiás. E, nesse momento, o Inclusartes, no seu centro cultural, na Gamboa, na Zona Operária do Rio de Janeiro, expõe a pintora brasileira Márcia Falcão. É impressionante como uma briga de galo dela conversa com duas figuras do Bacon. A carnalidade na obra dela. E, ao mesmo tempo, ali está Márcia Falcão sem a angústia da influência, da ansiedade da influência, a moda de Bloom, pelo Bacon. Ela pinta, né? Pinta com a sua carne.
Bem, a gente ainda tem mais alguns minutinhos. Caso a Rina Área queira fazer uma pergunta para o professor Paulo Erkenhoff ou vice-versa, fiquem à vontade. Eu faria a última pergunta que recebemos aqui, que é como vocês também veem o atual debate, né, na historiografia da arte em relação às questões decoloniais, às questões de raça, às questões de gênero. Enfim, acho que o Paulo vai poder comentar um pouco sobre o contexto brasileiro, mas se você, Rina Área, puder comentar também a partir do seu contexto europeu.
Yes, I mean, decolonizing is really important, especially within the history of art. The history of art, as we've known it, is the history of Western art and has, particular traditions that have been kind of raised above others. And for myself as an academic of color, it's something that I've thought about long and hard, and to look at how we can sort of think about the notion of how we can think about artists that have been within the great canon. And I mean, I think of the way that students are taught art history now in the UK, which is much more about kind of thinking about critical and contextual frameworks, less about partitioning artists off and looking at them kind of in and of themselves, and thinking about the context of their time, kind of the limitations they faced, and even this sort of very issue about thinking about what do we mean by queerness when we're thinking about Bacon. When I wrote my first paper on homosexuality in Bacon, I was very wedded to this idea of the queer gaze, looking at how Bacon expressed same-sex desire and sexuality. But now, when I was writing this talk for today, I was thinking about, well, what does that mean when we're thinking about fluidity of identities and these artificial social constructs that are anchored around an axiom of power? How do we unpick these? How do we see Bacon now? So it's very much about really grappling with these sorts of big questions in a global way. And I think we've made headway, but there's still kind of a long way to go. If that goes some way to answering the question. Thank you.
Obrigado. Professor Paulo quer comentar?
Bom, eu acho que, para mim, a questão da decolonização em Bacon, eu prefiro ver sobre a ótica de uma resposta produtiva à violência dos preconceitos, da exclusão, da opacidade sobre a homossexualidade, né? Agora, eu acho que quando Bacon pinta, ele não se põe como vítima. Ele tem aquela vontade de poder, will of power, do Nietzsche, né? A vontade de dizer. O que faz dele, portanto, uma não vítima, né? Não sei se eu estou errado, eu não conheço tanto Bacon e nem estudo esses aspectos na vida dele. Eu citei ainda há pouco o Dalton de Paula, em Goiás, que, com seus recursos próprios, construiu um espaço que é uma escola para jovens negros, Sertão Negro, onde esses jovens estão afirmando a sua identidade. Sertão são os backlands, né? E ele chama de Sertão Negro, né? Porque são jovens, eu acho que 99% deles que passam ali são afrodescendentes, cada um com seus assuntos, sua agenda de interesses. E nesse processo, para o Dalton de Paula, não vi ali, eu estive lá na semana passada, eu não vi naquele espaço, enquanto eu conversava com cada um dos 20 jovens, eu me dediquei a falar sobre a obra de cada um, eu não via vítimas. Eu via pessoas que estavam assumindo a sua capacidade de dizer. Porque aprendi que tão importante, ou melhor, que tão ruim quanto a onipotência é o sentimento de impotência. O ideal é a potência, né? Aquilo que se disse que é a possibilitação do impossível. Então, eu acho que o artista contemporâneo, com relação à história, ao presente, tem essa missão de possibilitar aquilo que parecia impossível há pouco tempo, a possibilitação do impossível.
Obrigado. Eu acabei de saber aqui que a gente vai poder seguir por mais alguns minutinhos, então, se vocês quiserem fazer considerações finais, a gente tem aí mais uns 5, 7 minutos para isso.
Bom, nós vivemos num país sem Bacon, né? Eu não sei se existe algum Bacon no Brasil. Eu não sei se existe algum Bacon destinado a ir a um museu, ficar num museu brasileiro como o MASP. Porque até aqui foi muito importante para a arte brasileira, historicamente, uma Bienal de São Paulo, em que as discussões do mundo pudessem vir à tona, que, num certo momento, apresentava obras de indígenas, obras pré-colombianas, que nunca teve uma postura racista, mas refletindo sempre o racismo na formação dos artistas brasileiros, porque eram muito poucos os artistas negros no Brasil, né? Então, o Brasil precisa de paradigma não para copiar, mas paradigmas para friccionar a moda da antropofagia. A antropofagia não é uma explicação absoluta para a arte brasileira, mas a antropofagia pode ser um motor do imaginário das pessoas, do seu método. Como vou devorar, sem ser vítima, uma obra racista, uma obra colonizadora? Então, são questões que eu acho que advêm de uma lição do Bacon. Tenha coragem de dizer pictoricamente como você acha que deve dizer pictoricamente. Tenha coragem de fazer a sua arte da maneira como você acha que ela deve ser feita esteticamente.
Obrigado, professor Paulo. Professora Rina, gostaria de fazer considerações finais?
No, not really. I think it's been a thoroughly enjoyable session, and to be paired with Paulo and to think about some of the questions raised. And I think what Paulo said about, even having one Bacon and one Bacon alone would suffice insofar as each of his works just contributes so much, and it's too simplistic to say it kind of summarizes his themes, but it's just, he's such a powerful artist that I think looking at him in kind of many different aspects and seeing, learning more about kind of the biennial and the way he's been received has been great, really. So no final words, but it's really heartening to have this kind of global discussion, because all too often Bacon has been discussed within, say, a more narrow remit. So I found it thoroughly enjoyed today. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Nós que agradecemos. Obrigado, professora Rina Área, ao professor Paulo Erkenhoff, aos ouvintes. Vamos agora passar para a última mesa do seminário Francis Bacon, A Beleza da Carne, uma conversa com Michael Pepiat, mediada pela minha colega Laura Cozendey. Desejo uma boa tarde a todos. Tudo certo, pessoal da produção com a Laura? Só um momento, gente. Acho que a gente está com um problema aqui. Estou verificando aqui se a Laura já está entrando na sala. Tudo certo. Bem, passo a palavra, então, para minha colega Laura Cozendey. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Matheus. Olá, boa tarde. Eu sou a Laura Cozendey, sou curadora assistente no MASP. Eu farei a mediação dessa última apresentação do seminário, uma conversa com o Michael Pepiat, escritor, curador e um dos principais biógrafos de Francis Bacon. Nós teremos cerca de 1 hora para essa conversa e vocês estão, como sempre, muito convidados a se juntar a nós, colocando suas questões no chat, na caixa de perguntas. Elas serão recolhidas pela nossa equipe e transmitidas para nós. O Michael Pepiat é membro da Society of Authors e da Royal Society of Literature e já realizou inúmeros projetos em torno da obra de Francis Bacon. Entre as suas obras publicadas, nós destacamos Francis Bacon, Anatomia de um Enigma, de 1996, Francis Bacon em Seu Sangue, de 2015, e Francis Bacon, Estudos para um Retrato, de 2021. Ele foi curador de inúmeras exposições, especialmente retrospectivas de Francis Bacon e Alberto Giacometti, na Europa e nos Estados Unidos. Em 2004, ele foi curador da exposição Francis Bacon, o Sagrado e o Profano, e em 2006, Francis Bacon na década de 1950, organizada no Sainsbury Center. E, recentemente, PPA fez a curadoria da exposição Francis Bacon Man and Beast na Royal Academy of Arts, em 2022. Então, Michael, novamente, muito obrigada por aceitar o nosso convite para participar desse seminário. Aqui nessa conversa, a ideia é que a gente possa construir um retrato do artista, que foi abordado em diferentes perspectivas, né, ao longo das apresentações do dia de hoje. E tendo em vista também, é claro, a sua relação mais próxima de amizade com o artista, que vocês construíram ao longo de décadas. Eu vou colocar aqui algumas perguntas, algumas questões para nortear a nossa conversa, mas eu também gostaria que você ficasse à vontade para trazer histórias, comentários, anedotas que exemplifiquem e atravessem esses temas, e também comentar, né, o próprio trabalho do artista. Então, acho que é isso para começar. Acho que, para começar, né, os livros que você publicou sobre a vida e a obra do Francis Bacon, eles têm essa particularidade, né, que você o conheceu pessoalmente, vocês conviveram durante décadas, frequentou seu ateliê, tinha uma relação próxima, o que traz um caráter mais intimista, né, mais íntimo para essas biografias, não apenas baseados em fatos, né, e dados biográficos. Você primeiro publicou, né, Anatomia de um Enigma e complementou, digamos assim, com Em Seu Sangue, em 2015. E quais são as diferenças nesses dois modos de apresentar o artista nesses dois livros? Como que essas abordagens, né, nos ajudam a conhecer a obra do Bacon?
Yes, I can. I've just been looking around all over the screen to find the interpretation. But I think I've got it now, do I?
Você está ouvindo o que a gente está
Then I'm
falando?
fine. What happens if I don't hear you?
Você está me ouvindo?
Right. Okay. Well, I think we better choose the English version, hadn't we? No, nothing.
Não, não está ouvindo nada? Repete a pergunta.
What else do I have to?
Ok. Michael, eu comecei fazendo...
No, I can't hear. It's very... what do I need to do? It's very, very faint. Okay.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you can choose. We have a butter interpretation below. You can choose click on it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. What did you say?
We have a butter below called interpretation.
Can
you see it?
No. I'm afraid not. No.
Yeah, we have adjusted
Yes.
yeah. Can you choose English?
I can hear you perfectly well.
Yeah, if you see the border below,
right.
you just have to choose in
Okay.
English.
I mean, I've got something that says English. Should I click again on that?
Yeah, you can click it, and then Laura will repeat the question. Okay.
All right. Well, I've done that.
Yeah, and Laura, can you repeat in Portuguese, please? And tell me if you are listening.
Claro. Eu fiz uma rápida introdução, né? Primeiro uma apresentação do seu trabalho, e acho que a gente pode começar falando sobre... Agora sim? Acho que a gente pode começar
This
falando...
is very, very strange sensation, because Laura's talking to me, and then I hear this man's voice coming over. But I'm sure I can get used to it. Do you feel changed, Laura? Something happening?
Well, I don't know.
Pode falar em português, Laura.
Talk to me. Can you just not ask the questions in your own voice? Because your English is excellent. No? Oh, all right.
She have to speak in Portuguese. Sorry.
Oh, I see. You've got to, right. Well, one gets used to most things. Let's go. So, what was the question?
Michael, nesses últimos livros, né, nesses dois livros, desculpa, os livros que você publicou sobre a vida e a obra do Francis Bacon têm uma particularidade, né? Você o conheceu pessoalmente, e vocês conviveram durante décadas. Você frequentou o ateliê, né, do artista e tinha uma relação muito próxima, né, muitas trocas, o que faz com que essas publicações tenham um caráter mais intimista do que outras biografias, né, não sejam apenas baseadas em dados, em fatos biográficos. Você primeiro publicou Anatomia de um Enigma e depois complementou, né, digamos assim, com Em Seu Sangue. E quais são as diferenças no modo como você apresenta o artista nessas duas obras?
Okay. Well, the first one, of course, is, I mean, I think, I hope everything I write is based on fact. I mean, it's well, it would be a big discussion to say what fact is and what fiction is, because I personally think that every time one interprets something, a certain fictional element enters. And you know, your own personality enters. You can't, no such thing as absolute fact. It's your understanding of certain things. But the first one set out deliberately to try and write what you might call a standard biography, an authentic life story, not going more than was useful into my personal contact with Bacon. And I met Bacon when I was a very young man, or youngish anyhow, 20, 21. And so, you know, I'd been very, very, you could say, smitten by him. It was a very powerful impact. But I tried to separate that when I was writing the biography. I mean, I was commissioned to write the biography after his death. It would have been impossible before. And I had, and this is easily forgotten, I had very, very little to go on beyond my own contact with him, because he, throughout his life, had been extremely sparing, let's say, with biographical detail. He, I mean, usually what he said in catalogues was, you know, was a couple of words: lives and works in London. And there was nothing. It was even when I came to write that book, which is, my goodness, I think it must be getting on for 30 years ago, there was almost nothing known about Bacon. There were stories, yes, but so I had to draw heavily on what I had seen. But I tried to do that in as factual a way as possible. It was not meant to be a personal book. That was the second book. It was the book that I didn't write then, about Bacon in Your Blood. But this one tried to sort of unearth whatever was possible by talking to other people, by doing research. I actually had a research assistant who was very useful, and who went into archives and so on, because basically people only knew Bacon's life in as much as he told them about it. There was no other source. Very often that's the case. But he had, let's say, been extremely economical in details about his life, and then he'd overlaid that with his own interpretation, talking about fact. And the facts that we had were nevertheless in his memory, in his interpretation, as it were, of himself and his own life. So he did talk about his parents, he did talk about his family life to an extent, but he was the sole source for that. And so, now it's as though we know a huge amount about him. But at that point, 30 years ago, just after his death, it wasn't even sure what year he was born. It certainly wasn't sure what his father's full name was. So all that has been established, but at the time, it was a nerve-wracking experience because I was sort of going from one great well of void, from one void to another, and doing what I could to fill those voids. So it was very much a pioneering work, if you like, a pioneering biography, because he had made it his business not to disclose anything he did not want to be known. And we started with that. There was another book that was very useful, which was Dan Farson's, who'd been a close friend of his, like me, but in a different way. Dan Farson was gay, was a drinking companion, was more his age, and knew, let's say, Bacon's circle better than I did. And so that was a very useful book. But otherwise, there were just a few documents, I managed to find a few people he'd been at school with, but they barely remembered him, etc., etc. So the difference is, years later, when I did the other book, to answer your question after a long preamble, I'm sorry. But there's a lot to say once one gets going. The second book was a personal reminiscence, a memoir, because these were things that obviously I didn't put into a kind of official biography because they were personal, and that wasn't the subject. But this time I felt I really wanted to tell that story because it was the story that I found most interesting, because I felt, I was the expert because it was about me and him. So a very personal story with a lot of quotations. And fortunately, I've got a very good memory, an oral memory. And also because Bacon repeated himself, particularly as he got drunk, frequently. So by the time I finished at sort of 4 or 5 a.m. in Soho, I had these stories going round and round my head. And when I got home, I noted them down. So that was sort of a kind of witness account, if you like.
E quais eram as diferenças, digamos, desse Bacon amigo, né, companheiro da vida, assim, social, e aquele que se apresentava publicamente, seguindo protocolos do mundo da arte? O Bacon, ele é uma dessas figuras que atrai curiosidade, também se construiu um certo mito, né? Uma mitologia criada em torno do artista, pela história da arte, né? Pela crítica, mas acho que principalmente pela história da arte, e não sei, seja pela visceralidade das suas obras, por não ter sido totalmente enquadrado em nenhum movimento, né? E também por diversos episódios, né, da sua vida pessoal, alguns bastante trágicos. E como você vê essa mitologia? Você acompanhou essa construção dessas narrativas? E quais são as principais características que a gente precisa desconstruir ou relativizar, complexificar?
It's a big question. I think it depends very much on what you're looking for. I think the myth is inherent to Bacon. Bacon was a kind of myth. I don't say this lightly because I've known a lot of people in my life, and there is nobody, not other artists. I'm just at the moment writing about Balthus, and God knows Balthus wove a myth, I think, around him and his work. Bacon too, but I would say he was a myth. There was something, I know this sounds almost mystical, and that's not what I want to convey, but he had a real mythical quality that sent shivers down your spine. I'm sure that's good in Portuguese, shivers down your spine. And there are many instances of, so I knew him for a period of just under, it might have been 29 years, just under 30 years. And I saw him in many, many different circumstances. And so obviously I was very young when I met him, but I was middle-aged when he died. And I would have, I think, come through my first impressions, my youthful impressions, by that time. But he still appeared mythic to me in the sense that he was extremely out of the ordinary. He had a kind of magic, which is already very rare, but it wasn't so much the film star magic or the star magic, if you like, though he had that in abundance. It was something very, very strange. I realize this is probably not what people want to hear, that, oh, you know, he built a myth around himself, like many people do. Perhaps to some extent we all do. And some people are better at it than others and more successful at it. But I think there's, you know, you've only got to listen to children playing to know that right from the start, we build mythical lives that we think, I don't know, are more exciting or more interesting, or that translate a part of us that otherwise gets lost. And I don't know, you know, I really can't put my finger beyond that on what this mythical was. Yes, all right. Bacon reinterpreted, let's say, his biographical facts to a degree, but then I would ask, who doesn't? Possibly, you know, it reminds me of the story of Oscar Wilde, who asked somebody what they'd done that afternoon, and I think the person said something like, well, I opened a few letters and tried to answer them. And Oscar Wilde said, oh, that's very interesting. I went out and found 3 mermaids sitting outside my door, singing to each other, etc., etc. And so he carried on. Because I think that he was a person who probably lived in myth. I think it's an intensity of imagination and a very strange power. I haven't come across it, as I said, anywhere else. But that is why I have to say that I and many other people were drawn to him like a flame. You know, if you meet somebody who is totally, some people don't see it, or they're not interested, or they're afraid. It has a certain terrifying quality to it. And you know, people can't stay the pace because there was a real pace. But I was sufficiently, sounds very self-serving this, but I'm trying to be truthful. I was so caught up with this that my own personality was engaged with Bacon's. He represented an extraordinary force for me that I needed. And he acted as a sounding board. I mean, I talked to him about everything. I talked to him about my work. I talked to him about my family situation, my own upbringing. I talked to him about my personal problems. And I have to say, there was nobody better to talk to in that way. Because however, you know, you interpret this mythical quality, he was also a source of very sound advice. I mean, he'd sort of looked deep into humanity. I think he was obliged to. It was the only way that he could live. And he'd learnt a huge amount. He was a very old spirit, going back, way back. You know, classical Greece, Egypt, a very old soul, and a very extravagant one at the same time. And that made him hugely fascinating. So I didn't really care if he was weaving a myth. I couldn't have told really what was myth and what wasn't, because it came as a whole. And you know, somebody who is a poet, who is a painter, who creates images, that in itself is myth making. So you can say, you know, like people who didn't know him now make a virtue of it. You know, oh, we never met him, so we can be much more accurate about the facts. They don't know what they're talking about. Not having met him, is not an advantage for writing about him, because they don't get to the magic, which is the absolute essence of Bacon. Why otherwise do his images have still such an impact? You know, we're talking about things that were done 50 years ago. That's a pretty good, and some more than that, of course. What would it be? 1950. So, well, let's work it out. 70 odd years, 75 years, a normal lifespan. So if they still have this extraordinary eloquence, this kind of hold on people, it's because of the magic. The magic is what is important. It's not knowing that, I don't know, that his father was an officer in the army, or that he had asthma, or which are all sort of facts, if you like. But where does that get you? He was asthmatic, he was sensitive, he was a sickly boy. Yes, all of that. But it doesn't begin to touch on this very, very rare thing. After all, he is a genius. And how do you explain genius? Not by knowing, you know, what he liked for breakfast. So, I mean, I could go on, but you probably want to ask another question.
Como você falou, o próprio artista ele foi bastante cuidadoso, né, no modo como a sua obra era passível a interpretações, bastante discreto, né, em relação à sua vida pessoal. Ainda que aqui a gente esteja tratando justamente dos aspectos queer da obra do Bacon, né? Por mais que ele também não tenha exatamente, necessariamente, se associado a essas mudanças identitárias. A sua sexualidade não era um segredo, né? Mas ele agia de uma forma discreta, porque também sabia que existiria um preço a se pagar por essa visibilidade, né? Em termos profissionais, digamos. Como que você vê, né, essa questão em relação, inclusive, a como isso... Diga.
What do you mean, a price to pay in professional terms?
Que talvez o sistema de arte, o mercado de arte, e mesmo não aceitaria, né, também, ou colocar, né, assim, muitas...
Well, it did. It did, and he wasn't exactly discreet about his homosexuality. I mean, you only had to be with him for 5 minutes to find out. So I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's a fact. I think, I think people who are interested in art don't say, you know, I mean, they look at Michelangelo, they look at Caravaggio, if what we're told is true, both homosexual. You know, they're both of them giants of art history. I don't think it really, you know, there was a price to pay there. I think there was a price to pay in other areas, certainly. And I think he paid that price very dearly. You know, I mean, I think, if you like, his private life, so-called, was a huge drama and you know, full of tension and suffering. But I don't think that affected the professional side of his life. It might even have made it more alluring, because he was somebody who lived, as it were, outside convention. And I imagine that didn't have a negative effect on images that were already so alarming and unconventional that it almost perhaps made sense that he lived, you know, dangerously on the edge. And he did, and not only sexually, but in many other ways. You know, he lived on the edge. So, you know, I think his homosexuality, let's just call it his sexuality, is hugely important in his work. I mean, I think it's at the very core of the work, the very core of him. He was homosexual through and through, and his great love was of male beauty. I don't think that deterred collectors or museum directors. I mean, I don't think they were that blind. I think they were, you know, perfectly woke people, as it were, and gave him, bought his work, gave him exhibitions, because they found the work very intriguing and very powerful.
E pensando não apenas, né, na sua vida, mas em sua obra, né? As suas pinturas, elas fazem referências a referências muito mais complexas, né, à cultura visual, mas também misturam, né, com diversos episódios pessoais, muitas dessas figuras, né, dos seus amantes, dos seus amigos também, né, aparecem muitas vezes, né, tanto em seus retratos, né, retratos digamos, assumidos, né, assim, atribuídos a nomes, mas também em suas figuras, né, mesmo a gente sabendo que muitas vezes ele nem não trabalhava, inclusive, né, com o modelo vivo no ateliê, né, ele trabalhava muito a partir de fotografia também, e imagens que também perduram, né, então mesmo a figura do George Dyer, né,
Images that lasted. He used images that lasted.
que perduravam.
Okay. Yeah.
Pensando, por exemplo, como certas figuras, como seus amantes,
Okay.
né, Peter Lace, George Dyer, continuaram aparecendo, né, em suas obras, mesmo depois, né, do seu falecimento. Então, são figuras que continuam, né?
Yeah.
E, enfim, até que ponto você acha que a gente deve ler, né, a obra do artista nessa chave autobiográfica, né? Quais são as potencialidades e quais são os perigos da gente trazer essa leitura?
Well, of course, he did everything to put people off that scent, off that track. And he even said, you know, preposterous things like, I don't even know what my images mean. You know, how can you interpret them when I don't even know what they mean? And that was a kind of smokescreen, obviously. Obviously, his painting, like Picasso's, like you know, pretty much any figurative artist, at least, though I would say abstract artist too, is nevertheless deeply autobiographical. I can't see that it would have much personal interest if it weren't. You know, I think all artists are talking about themselves and the way they see things and what's happened to them and how they interpret that. And Bacon is as you say, his work is deeply autobiographical. It wasn't perhaps so evident in the first half of his work because he had these rather grand themes like the Pope, the crucifixion, you know, the men in blue. I'm trying to think of what the others were, or variations on Van Gogh and so on. But when around late 1950s, 1960, he suddenly discovered he could do paintings of his own friends, his own close circle of friends and lovers, and you know, that gave him the subject matter he wanted, that he could use, that meant a lot to him, his closest friends. And of course, before that, he, even though it was whatever it was, a sleeping figure or something, they did indeed tend to be his lovers, because those were the most intense sensations of his life. And obviously, that's what he wanted to use as the image for his images, as his source material. And he wanted to record a certain kind of love, a certain kind of passion. Yes, they're intensely autobiographical. There's probably not one picture that isn't, almost. You know, even a landscape. There's a landscape, I think it's called Landscape near Malabata, which is just outside Tangier. And that's intent. It looks like a landscape. It's a very strange and wonderful picture. But it's actually where apparently Peter Lacey was buried. So, you know, what could be more intensely personal and autobiographical than that, even though you don't see a visible signs of that. This landscape was obviously sort of electric with memory. So I think, you know, people can do whatever they want, can't they? There's no rule. Should you look at it in a biographical fashion? Well, I certainly have. I think it's a very obvious way of looking at the painting. I don't know. You can look at it, of course, purely informal. You know, in formal terms. Look at the technique. Look at the composition. The wonderful materiality, the pigment, his use of paint, which is amazing. There's all that. I think you can do what you want. Really, probably, what you really want is to go further into it and find out, perhaps, you know, he left a great body of enigmas behind, Bacon. And even now that we know, you know, what he was doing more precisely in 1929 or 1979, doesn't necessarily take us further into deciphering those enigmas. I think a sign of his greatness, as I think it is in other great artists, is that it's inexhaustible. I don't think we're going to pierce that mystery. It has happened with other painters, and they've been forgotten. Just think. You go back to, you know, to pictures, even Victorian pictures, you know, Pompier painting, where there were all these hidden stories. And there, once you found the story, the picture dies, the image is finished, because it doesn't hold the attention anymore. Having been interpreted, it disappears, it vanishes. And I think if Bacon persists, perdura, was that the word? What was it in Portuguese? Perdura.
Perdura.
I think if he perdures, it's also an English word. If he perdures, it's because that element of mystery is probably never going to go away. I mean, I hope it doesn't, because after all, what are people going to be interested in if there's no mystery left? And you might say that great artists are great, you know, they're great artificers, but they're also great mystery makers. You know, I mean, there are a lot of pictures now where you look, and the reason you go on looking is that you're not quite sure what's going on. You know, Titian's late great paintings, they're unexplained. You know, those extraordinary things where, you know, he painted with his fingers. They're immensely powerful, because we can't really just reduce them to their, you know, to their components. And I think, you know, one might try. I'm not sure that that's even the business of people writing about art, you know, to reduce things to their components. I'm not saying they should try and deepen the mystery either. They should certainly confront the enigmas and see if they can explain them, if they want to. But I suspect that Bacon always remains a step or two ahead.
Você foi curador, né, de algumas exposições dedicadas à obra do Bacon, sendo a mais recente na Royal Academy of Arts, em Londres, no ano passado. com o título Man and Beast, Homem e Fera. Como se desenhou esse projeto e como que essa trajetória, né, que em outros momentos você se desenvolveu textualmente, né, como isso ganha corpo, né, quando envolve a apresentação dos trabalhos em si.
Well, very exciting. It was an idea I'd sort of, I don't know, it's one of those things, you know, it was in the back of my mind. It had been sort of, you know, kind of there for years, because I hadn't formulated it at all, but I'd sort of wondered, you know, you have these things before you actually get an idea. You know, I'd noticed, as I suppose, without really sort of semi-consciously, that there were a great many animals in the paintings, and I also knew from going around with Bacon, if there was one thing he couldn't stand, was an animal in the room. We used to leave restaurants if somebody came in with a dog, or, you know, there was cat fur or something in a house, because it triggered off a very bad asthma attack. And, you know, he suffered enormously from chronic asthma. So why was he so interested in animals? What did they mean in his paintings? After all, when you think of Bacon, you think of basically a tortured individual in a closed space. That seems to be the, you know, the kind of basic image that he created. Possibly too, when they were in love, but otherwise it tended to be, you know, the existential loner. So why the animals that he avoided, and that he you know, he wouldn't want to go into a house where they were. I mean, he wouldn't want to go to the country on the whole, because that gave him asthma too. So I just thought it was intriguing, and then I actually looked through the work and found there were many more animals than I'd even imagined. They popped up all over the place. And so thinking back and thinking about his sense of instinct, his reliance in his life on instinct, his interest in instinctual reactions in his friends, or in anybody, somebody bursting out in tears or suddenly having a fit of anger, always fascinated him. His eyes sort of, you know, followed every single movement. Because he felt that when people, as it were, listen to their instincts, they're more themselves than they are at any other time. And I think his interest in animals was that animals live through their instincts. They don't hide them, they don't varnish them as we do. You know, we tend to hide our feelings. We tend to put on a facade when it suits us, you know, when we're actually, you know, mad with rage, but we realize that keeping a cool exterior is the thing to do, whereas the animal would just attack. And he loved watching animals because he felt, you know, obviously we're all close, we're all animals, and that the animals of the field, as it were much closer to a reality that interested him. That's how he wanted to see humans. What were they really like? And he would often push people, you know, to a point. And I think this characterized his love life to a point where the facade would crumble and the real instinctual feelings would come out. And so he used to go to zoos. He looked at a huge number of animal photographs. And so I was asked, my wife Jill Lloyd and I were at a dinner at the Academy, and she was chatting to the exhibitions director there, and she mentioned this idea that I'd had, and he was very interested and asked me if I'd sort of present it as a concept. And so the Academy went for it. I was very pleased because they have wonderful rooms there, and I knew that Bacon would have been very pleased to exhibit in those rooms. So that was an added incentive, as it were. And then, well, we had difficulty, as I think anybody doing a Bacon exhibition finds. We had difficulty, obviously, in securing the work. It gets more and more difficult because people are less and less willing to lend. These things have a vertiginous value now. And so it was difficult, but we were actually focusing on a lot of less, let's say, less requested work, so that worked in our favor. And I have to say that, you know, even if the whole thing, I think we were very lucky because the exhibition was put off for a year because of COVID. We then had to sort of re-secure the paintings, and that was the excellent curators at the RA who did an extremely able job. And then we found that you know, you didn't need huge amounts of Bacon to hold a room, to hold a whole wall. And so you know, it was a difficult thing, but a very eventually a very satisfying thing. And of course, people who hadn't seen an exhibition in a couple of years, to be hit by an original vision of Bacon, as it were, a new way of looking at Bacon, a new concept, it excited a lot of attention. So you know, that was completely unforeseen. You know, you can't foresee these things, but I think it made this point that his interest in animals and his interest in humans was very close, and the kind of interplay between them was fascinating.
Você chegou a incluir na exposição trabalhos que você acompanhou enquanto estavam sendo feitos? Digo, revisitou esses trabalhos depois?
Not particularly, no, because a lot of the works were from the 1950s. I did see him. Well, nobody saw him actually paint unless it was a lover or two who sort of hadn't got out of bed or something. I did see him while he was, you know, in intervals while he was working on pictures. But I have to say, some of the pictures we eventually found, I simply didn't know. You know, they hadn't come up before, and in themselves they weren't necessarily the greatest Bacon paintings. You know, they were. You know, Bacon is like any artist, did not do only the great paintings. There were, you know, there were dips. But the theme somehow seemed to work. you don't know it, of course, until you've actually got the paintings and got them up in the room. And once again, the curators at the RA did a fantastic job with the hang, with the whole presentation, with the color of the walls and the intervals and the thematic sort of layout of the show in the space that in their space. So that was part of the drama of the whole event, well, it was marvelous. I regret it. I'm sorry it's not touring, but that didn't happen. It was difficult to get the works just for one place. So I'm very glad it happened. I wish you every success with your show.
Muito obrigada. Michael, a gente está se aproximando do final do nosso tempo. Eu queria saber se você gostaria de adicionar mais alguma coisa, contar mais alguma dessas experiências que você teve com ele.
Well, something that probably still not sort of that acknowledged, which is along with the Sturm und Drang, along with the terribilità of Bacon, there was huge human warmth and kindness. And although he could be what I think is, I'm just trying to find a less impolite expression, but if I may, although he could be a perfect bitch at times, he was also an enormously sympathetic and generous person. And I think somehow that also comes, saying everything is autobiographical, he painted his portrait all the way through, and that kindness, as well as the, a certain meanness, but that kindness and that fellow feeling, that sympathetic nature, I think shine through these pictures which still arouse, horror and fear. But I think the horror and fear come more from the fact that they deal with the biggest themes of life and death, sex, instinct. And so that is another reason why he remains so alive today, that he transmitted these deep wells of feeling, you might say, of good and evil, of which life itself is made up.
Muito obrigada pelas suas contribuições e por aceitar o nosso convite, para participar desse seminário. Vamos encerrar aqui na nossa programação. Eu gostaria de agradecer, nós gostaríamos de agradecer imensamente a presença de todos vocês que acompanharam a programação desde o começo do dia, aos palestrantes todos, que contribuíram com seus estudos, suas ideias, e principalmente as equipes que acompanharam a transmissão e a veiculação desse seminário, a produção, e aos tradutores e intérpretes de Libras. Lembrando que a gravação desse seminário ficará disponível no nosso canal no YouTube do MASP e poderá ser consultada depois. E seguiremos com esse projeto. O seminário, ele também dá início a um projeto que depois se tornará o catálogo da exposição. Então, nós também vamos atualizando em relação a esses desdobramentos. Novamente, muito obrigada a todos e boa noite, boa tarde.